or retirement, may we experience your presence. Father, we pray, now that we have found favor to be given this responsibility, even of handling CBC, it is our prayer that God, we shall experience even greater achievements. Bless the day today. We are happy that we have our legends here, them that went ahead of us. We pray that you bless the former leaders of this association. May you walk with them even as they continue aging. We pray that even after us, somebody will arise and remember what we did. May the name of the Lord be glorified for whatever achievement we make as KEPSHA. This is our humble prayer of faith in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you, Bishop Makimei. As we keep studying, tafadhali, we keep studying up so that we sing our national anthem, first stanza, and also East African anthem. The band, take over. Thank you. Sit down, you may sit down. Today we have a big day. We have two masters of ceremonies. We have Johnson Mwakanzi ako katika nyumba hii. Asante sana, karibu. Chairman akifika tutakupatia orodha vile utaendelea. Lakini kwa sasa namwalika Bwana Denda, who is our National Vice Treasurer, to take the program forward. Bwana Denda, please.
Thank you very much, Bwana Macharia, our Organizing and Publicity Secretary, for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, this day marks the beginning of the climax of our 20th anniversary, and I want to believe that we shall sail together till the end so that we see the curtains fall. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, KEPSHA has been in existence for the last 20 years. And within that period, there is only one lady who has been able to break the glass ceilings and ascend to the highest position of National Secretary. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite her to come and give us a recap of yesterday's proceedings. Madam Irene Aile, history in the making. Welcome and take us through yesterday's deliberations. Karibu, Madam.
Asante sana. Our members of the National Executive Board present, members of the National Governing Council, our dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Salimiane tu asubuhi. Thank you so much. We thank God for another new day that He has given unto us to see our conference come to an end. And we also thank Him for the good health that He has bestowed upon us. We thank Him even for putting the reins aside just to make sure that our conference was a success. I now want to take you through the deliberations of yesterday, the 9th November 2023, whereby we started with Mr. Fuad Ali, the KEPSHA Vice National Chairman, who called the meeting to order at 8:05 a.m. and welcomed participants to the third day of the 2023 KEPSHA AGC. This was followed by prayers from Mr. Ali and Bishop Makimei. The Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem were then played. Madam Irene Yaili, the KEPSHA National Secretary, recapped the proceedings of the third day. Mr. Masharia, the KEPSHA Publicity and Organizing Secretary, formally recognized the various Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission directors in attendance. Mr. Fuad Ali, the KEPSHA Vice National Chairman, introduced various sponsors and partners, with each one making their presentations and sharing valuable insights and contributions to KEPSHA. One of them was Marmorsky Enterprise Limited, a pharmacologist addressing physical health solutions for male and females after 40 years. Another one was on Passive Company, teacher retirement package deals is what he was dealing with. The third one was Nature Lovers. This is a tree planting and ecosystem enhancement in aligning with the presidential pledge to plant 50 billion trees by 2030. The fourth one was Mount Kenya University, who dealt with affordable and easy to access quality university education teacher professional development, and under that was career development and free health care. The fifth one was Liberty Africa, dealing with financial solutions and the innovative Okoa Sasa Pata Internet Lipa Pole Pole initiative, collaboratively with Safaricom. Kartasi brand, quality custom-made, innovative and affordable stationery and other resources for teaching and learning. And lastly was KCB Group, who took us through features and benefits of the school welfare groups, goal account, school welfare groups, Tuungane account, as well as the range of available investable sectors. In the session, learning from best practice, promoting children agency, voice and excellence in their education by Mr. Njoroge Idangu, head teacher Visa Oshwal Primary School, the school heads were inspired to view the uniqueness in individual learning and to acknowledge their equal right to education regardless of their diverse backgrounds and abilities. Teachers or schools were also encouraged to foster learners' agency, amplify their voice, and cultivate their excellence in education in order to empower them to actively engage in family and community life. He tasked to foster learners' self-esteem, instilling values, promoting respect for others, emphasizing qualities such as patience, tolerance, and understanding. He enumerated the benefits of children's agency and voice as 1, cultivating self-confidence and boosting self-esteem in children. Number 2, instilling a sense of pride in their accomplishments. Number 3, nurturing independence within and beyond the school environment. Number 4, facilitating lively and meaningful interactions with peers and teachers. And number 5, instigating an appreciation for others and fostering a heightened sensitivity to individual differences. And lastly, developing personal and social capabilities in a positive and constructive manner. During a brief interlude, Mr. Njoroge, a motivational speaker, encouraged head teachers to support their peers, stay focused, and adequately prepare for retirement. Delegates were urged to visit his booth for additional products. In the panel discussion, leveraging strategic partnership and collaborative network to foster synergy for education quality within the comprehensive school setting, the discussants confirmed that effective implementation of the CBC, its tenets and programs, including parental empowerment, environmental education, and citizenship education within a comprehensive school setup necessitated strategic partnerships with parents and other relevant stakeholders. The discussants observed that adequate critical learning, infrastructure and human resources, teaching staff, learner mentors, support staff, etc., were critical to developing the necessary competencies holistically. They also indicated that, that other necessary collaborations should be established with the Teacher Service Commission, that is, Teacher Professional and Development and Gender Equity, KEPSHA, that is training and advocacy to promote gender equity, advancing the rights and career growth of female teachers. They pointed out that partnerships were especially key to supporting education for persons with disabilities towards empowering them through skills development and livelihood support. They called for responsiveness by Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission in addressing the emerging needs of the comprehensive school setup. They challenged KEPSHA to join the African Confederation of Principals in order to expand their learning networks and experience sharing. Lastly, they encouraged innovations in technology use and digital literacy to ease collaborative partnership and sharing of expertise. At 10:30 a.m., the KEPSHA chairman officially welcomed the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, to the 2023 KEPSHA AGC, being the chief guest for the day. In addition, he added that Education and Teacher Service Commission officers, dignitaries, the NAT fraternity, sponsors and exhibitors were also welcomed, and the KEPSHA national leadership was introduced to the chief guest and Teacher Service Commission secretary. The various KEPSHA founders in attendance were recognized, including Mr. Joseph Karuga, the national chair, 2008 to 2015, Mr. Nicholas Kademia, national chairman, 2019 to 2021, and Mr. Shem Ndolo, national chairman, 2015 to 2019. Oxford University Press was acknowledged as KEPSHA's long-term partners, and two of the new Oxford University Press publications were endorsed. One of them was Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, and the second one was Advancing Knowledge and Learning. Teacher Service Commission was requested to consider promoting the primary school heads who were PhD holders, as well as to formally recognize the current school heads as principals of the comprehensive schools. In her remarks to the conference participants, Dr. Nancy Macharia, CBS Secretary, CEO, Teacher Service Commission, acknowledged the KEPSHA and the NAT leadership, as well as the Teacher Service Commission officers from the National Secretariat and the field officers. She challenged the KEPSHA leadership to expand their reach through active inclusion of all school heads in subsequent conferences. She congratulated head teachers for ably navigating the transition from primary to comprehensive schools, running the junior schools, and overseeing incident-free national examinations and assessments. She confirmed eligibility of the current primary school heads to serve as administrators for the comprehensive school during the interim transition period, in accordance with the existing JSS guidelines. She verified that discussions were ongoing at the national level to finalize decisions regarding the comprehensive school structure, and this could potentially impact the leadership of these institutions. She confirmed that through the multi-agency approach, Teacher Service Commission had retooled 229,292 teachers on CBC, including 48,550 newly recruited junior school teachers and 8,378 primary school teachers deployed to the junior school. He thanked the government for dedicating funds for recruiting additional teachers for junior school in the fiscal year 2022-2023. She highlighted the allocation of Kenya shillings 1 billion for teacher promotions, with 36,505 vacancies currently open for application, including 17,914 posts for primary school teachers spanning various grades. She called on teachers to explore employment opportunities beyond their local areas. She clarified that plans are underway to review the career progression guidelines in line with the ongoing education reforms and the CBA. Finally, she confirmed that Teacher Service Commission had indeed reduced the criteria for promotional vacancies in the special needs teacher category, but the interest and participation remained limited. In the session, Rethinking Education Management, Encouraging and Sustaining Innovation and Experimentation in Teaching, Dr. Nancy Macharia, the Secretary, TSC, highlighted the following as key reforms undertaken by Teachers Service Commission. 1, rolling out technological advancements towards achieving the Teacher Service Commission vision of a transformative teaching service for quality education. Full automation of the various human resource processes, including teacher registration, recruitment, deployment, transfers, payslip access, casualty returns and TIMIS, with a view to improve efficiency, record keeping, information flow, and reducing paperwork. Promotion of alternative methods of curriculum delivery, including live streaming of lessons, remote learning, and an open repository where teacher can create and access free content. Facilitating e-pay for the Commission staff and activating the Commission's corporate email, which is at mwalimu.tsc.go.ke. Going forward, KEPSHA was challenged to organize sessions on ICT innovation in subsequent conferences to showcase continuous learning and innovation as envisaged by the KEPSHA 2024-2028 strategic plan. Primary school teachers were encouraged to match the achievements of their secondary school counterparts who have been producing international award winners since 2019. The head teachers were asked to take advantage of the Monday, November 13th, 2023 public holiday to initiate a robust tree planting program in their schools. Teacher Service Commission would consider school tree planting milestones as a target for performance evaluation of school heads in the future. In his remarks, Mr. Collins Oyu, Chairman KNUT, acknowledged the Teacher Service Commission Secretary, KEPSHA and NAT leadership, as well as the Sister School Heads Association representatives in attendance. He introduced the KNUT National Steering Committee and National Executive Council members. He appreciated KEPSHA as a role model association in Kenya and East Africa and expressed their delight at being invited to participate in celebrating the association's 20th anniversary. He announced that KNUT was considering including KEPSHA as a member of the union's executive council. He confirmed that restructuring of basic education as proposed by the report of the Presidential Working Party on education reforms will be beneficial to the school heads and JSS teachers. He concurred with the proposed review of the career progression guidelines to address stagnation among primary school teachers. He committed to continuously coordinate with the Parliamentary Education Committee and Teacher Service Commission to ensure that the funds dedicated to teacher promotions were utilized as intended. During a short interlude, sponsors and partners of KEPSHA took the stage, each popularizing their services and products as outlined below. 1. Longhorn Publishers, literary materials for CBC, an e-commerce platform that eases purchase of learning materials. Sidian Bank, supporting school, that is WASH programs and investment funding for retiring teachers. UNICAF, accessible and affordable quality higher education for school heads and teachers. Moran Publishers, on literary materials for CBC across the grades. In the symposium on highlights from ongoing primary education projects and programs, the discussants explored the objectives, benefits, beneficiary regions, achievements, and roles of primary school head teachers on 1. Kenya Primary Equity in Learning, that is KPIL program. 2. Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project, SEQIP. And 3. The Climate Smart School Meals Program. In the session Online Education and Blended Learning, addressing emerging challenges and ensuring equitable access to technology-enabled education in diverse school settings, Dr. Maurice Odondo, Director KEMI, introduced online learning as a flexible and self-paced approach of learning, allowing individuals to acquire knowledge and skills without being physically present in a traditional classroom setting. He explained that online learning entails the use of digital technology and the internet to access educational content, interact with instructors, collaborate with peers, and complete educational activities remotely. He also clarified and blended learning combines traditional in-person instruction with online elements to create a more versatile and effective learning experience. He indicated that addressing the challenges of digital access and equity in online and blended learning is crucial in ensuring equal opportunities for learners to participate and succeed in digital learning environments. KEMI had partnered with VVOB, Education for Development, to develop an e-learning app which could be downloaded from Play Store and used on a mobile phone. This allows school leaders to download content and learning resources and read the content offline. In the session Skilling for the Future and Enhancing Career Readiness, the opportunities for comprehensive schools, Dr. Christopher Kibet Yegon, Director Strategy Planning, Quality Assurance and Compliance, indicated that 1. KEPSHA serves as a student placement and career mentorship and advisory agency of the government under the Universities Act 2012. The role of KEPSHA includes 1. Skilling for the future, and 2. Enhancing career readiness through 1. Declaration of programs and capacities of government priority areas by institutions of higher learning, and 2. Career advisory sensitization to KCSE candidates in secondary schools on technical course, that is STEM, TVET, and better initiatives. Placement of learners in programs aligned to government priority areas. The opportunities for comprehensive schools span 1. access to career guidance, opportunities and material for learners across all levels. Number 2, exposure of 21st century skills and careers for learners from an early age. Number 3, increased stakeholder engagement to enhance partnerships and collaboration for the benefit of learners. And number 4, increased opportunities for parental engagement on career prospects of their children. Number 5, establishment of quality standards that apply to all state and non-state education institutions. Number 6, infrastructure development and digital literacy for learners. That is how our day looked like yesterday. We look forward to another very successful day. I want to wish you well and a nice day as we wrap up our ADC. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for bringing us to speed to what happened yesterday. Tupatie makofi wa mama. Wonderful. Ukipata mama ambaye anaweza kusimama hapa mbele na aongee kwa ujasiri, ni wachache. Lazima tufurahie. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite our title sponsors, if they are around. KCB, and KCB will be followed by Liberty Africa. We are giving you some airtime. KCB will have 10 minutes if you are around, and then Liberty Africa 5 minutes. Where are you? As they come, allow me to give you an eagle's view of what we expect today. Our chief guest today will be the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi, who will be joining us soon. Mr. Makazi, who will be taking over soon. Immediately the national chairman sets foot here, we shall willingly decrease as we allow you to increase in this time. KCB, please. Giving you 10 minutes, and your first second begins right away. Welcome. Very good.
Good morning, teachers. Good morning, all of you. My name is Livingston Makori. I'm the head of sales and business development at KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary. We are here to celebrate the good work you are doing. We're also here to celebrate the success we have made together. KCB has been in this market since 1896, and the teachers have been the backbone of our success. So we are here to celebrate you. You can clap for yourself for that. Yeah, as it was mentioned yesterday, we are the sponsor for this event because we believe in what you do. We believe in partnering with partners like you to move this country to the next level. I'll be sharing a presentation today on what we have in terms of insurance as KCB. So KCB is a full house, and currently as KCB Group, we also have a National Bank as one of our members. So when you go to National Bank, KCB, you are in the same house, different rooms. So today I'll be talking about the upper house called KCB and what we do in terms of insurance. Maybe let me know if it's up. So let me just mention, in the business of finance and banking, the most important thing is to safeguard what you have. Even in your house, the most important thing is the door or the window or the gate in that matter. So KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary is the gatekeeper of your financial solutions and what you have really worked hard to safeguard. In this regard, I'll be sharing some of the products we have that support schools and the school environment. In a typical school environment, we look at the overall risk framework and see where do we need to come in. And I want to tell you, KCB works with very strong insurance companies. We are not an insurance company, but as an intermediary, we work with very strong insurance companies. We have vetted them. We have some agreements on what needs to be done. Once you give us business, you leave us the rest of the work to safeguard your assets. So allow me to proceed. Allow me to proceed in the absence of that screen. So in the KCB Bancassurance Intermediate Framework, I can see the screen. So in the KCB Bancassurance Framework, you can move to the next screen. We have a number of products we have for schools. So why buy from KCB Insurance and not another person? One, we are very convenient. You'll find us in more than 350 branches, 207 branches in KCB, provide you with relevant information to be able to buy insurance. We have a dedicated claims department where we are also able to guide you on the claim process, ensure we run with the claim on your behalf. So what are some of the products we have? In schools, we have a product we call a school combined. What does school combined mean? We look at the school framework and see what are some of the risks you are likely to face. And in this one, we have classified them. One, you have school buses. You carry our angels in those school buses. So our work is to make sure that we give you a comprehensive cover that not only covers the bus, but also covers the occupants in that vehicle, including those children. Should there be an accident in the unfortunate event, we are able to cover them. We have the theft cover. I know you have assets in your schools, so we cover them against theft. We have a burglary and fire. Fires are very common, especially third term during the latter years. So we are able to cover fire and burglary on your building. We also have a cover for political violence and terrorism. Should those incidents occur, then the cover comes with that. Then we have a PA, which is a student personal accident cover. And I want to include, we have also a private motor cover for teachers. Our value proposition, as I've mentioned, is encompassed along those lines so that we are able to give you a complete value proposition. The other element I wanted to mention is on health insurance. So in health insurance, we have products around health. So we have again looked at the life cycle of a human being from a child all the way to your retirement. And we have a comprehensive cover. So we have a cover we call Simba Afia. Simba Afia is for those of us who may not be interested to go to high-end hospitals. You are living in Moyale and you may not be interested to come to Nairobi for treatment. We charge you the cost for Moyale. You are in Vihiga and your interest is not to come to Aga Khan in Nairobi. We only give you a cost for that hospital. So we call it Simba Afia. We have Simba Junior. This is a product for children only. We have seen cases where when you buy a medical cover, one of the things they ask you, do you have a medical cover? For us in KCB, we have made it very simple. You can buy a medical cover for a child only. In cases where you are taking care of a child, maybe the parent died, maybe your employer is covering 3 children and God blessed you with 5, we have a product for the remaining children. We also have a Simba Health product, again, which now covers an array of hospitals within the panel. And finally, Simba Senior. We are the only insurance intermediary that covers old people, senior citizens of this country, from the ages of 80 and cover for life. So even at the age of 75, 80, 90, and you have parents, you can buy them a medical cover through Jubilee, through KCB, and we give them, which we work with Jubilee, and they give you a comprehensive cover at that age. Finally, I want also to mention about other medical products. We have Uzima Tele, again for the low-end market. We have a women proposition, again through our flame structure. We have international medical cover, where we work with Cigna, the likes of Cigna, Bupa, Alliance, EXA, to give you a comprehensive medical cover. Finally, I want to mention about our partnership with Sanlam. Sanlam has been in this market for the longest, and we work together with KCB to come up with a life insurance proposition. So we have two insurance products, life insurance products, under this arrangement. So we have Elimisha Plus. This is an education cover. We love our children. We want them to be engineers, and I like how our teachers love what they are doing. We have a cover for where you can buy education cover for the child, what we call the Elimisha Plus. We have the endowment plan, and we have the last expense cover. Nowadays, burial should be given in a decent way. So what we have ensured in KCB is to give you a decent way of sending off those who God calls ahead of us. So when you visit our branches in KCB, indeed you are able to experience an alley of products. Visit our branches and ask for the bank assurance sales officer. Those are the experts you have taken to school, you have educated, they are certified by the Insurance Regulatory Authority to sell insurance on your behalf. If you come to KCB, I can assure you, you have the best of the insurance products. You'll be seeing our team coming to your schools. Kindly open doors for them, give them room to explain what they have, and we look forward to partnering with you going forward. Thank you very much. Anything for me?
Thank you very much, our title sponsors. We respect you, and that's why we are giving you time. Liberty Africa, if you're in the house. Liberty Africa. It appears they are not around. Allow me to invite Mr. Macharia to summarize what was left out yesterday.
Ombalongo, Director, Primary Education, Minister of Education. Karibu sana, Director. With him, we have Frederick Tawangu, mimi nimetoka Special Education. Karibu sana. We have Joseph Wambua, Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards, Minister of Education. Karibu sana. In the shortest time, I'll give Target a minute as we look forward to see whether Liberty Africa Resort is present with you
as you cut this cake, and to appreciate you for the fraternity and head teachers. So this morning, I just want to remind us about our company, Target Educational Publishers Limited. We've been in operations for the last 20 years. So we have the teething problems associated with the other entities. We are not part of that. We are always assure you of our quality products, and on our products, as I said the other day, we simply dwell on revision and assessment materials. Our encyclopedias are one of the best in the market. Actually, if you look at the curriculum design, the way the design is arranged is the way our content in our encyclopedias, which ranges from PP1 to grade 7 and grade 8 that we are soon releasing, is arranged in that chronological manner that's easy for the learners to understand. The language used is very simple. Other than others that have very complex language, the language used in those books is very simple for the learner to understand. We also have the exams that are assessment exams that ranges the CBC well composed that ranges from PP1 again all the way to grade 7. In secondary school, as I said the other day, we have one of the solutions. One of the solutions, if you have a student in secondary school who is struggling, especially in sciences, we have one of the solutions called the A-Finder book. The A-Finder book is a comprehensive combination book that is aligned per subject. For example, if it is mathematics, it has content from Form 1 to Form 4. KCC sample question, revision notes, and the answers at the back. And actually the good news, there have been an issue or a concern on that our encyclopedias have no answers. Please, teachers, note that our encyclopedias got answers. Recently, we uploaded all the answers for the encyclopedias on our website, www.targetedpublishers.co.ke. You get all the answers there. Why on the website? Because we realize some of the learners Really, if you give them the encyclopedia, they don't go through the questions, they just go at the back of the book, copy and paste the answers. So this to differentiate so that as a parent, you are able to download the answers and assess or evaluate what the learner has done. Otherwise, thank you so much, KEPSHA. We will continue supporting each other at the county and the regional level. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you so much.
We can give him a good clap. Good morning, members. This is Jimmy Wambogo. Jimmy Wambogo is a motivational speaker and team building coach. I am ready to walk together with you when you go back to school, when you are looking for somebody who can do your team building for your teachers, or somebody who can talk to your parents. Jimmy Wambogo, I'm available. I would like to give out some gifts here. Jimmy Wambogo is an author. By the grace of God, I've been able to author these many books, but I have these 2 books, and I would like to give them out as a gift. So the first one, I would like to give this gift to my sister in this far end. Kindly you can come for your gift. Have a gift for you here. It's called Top Student, The Key to Performance. Kindly carry this book home for your students. It goes for 300, but I'm giving it for 200 Kenya shilling only. So the other book I want to give out, I want to give it out to Mr. Keva. Mr. Keva, you have been doing a good job. I'm telling Mr. Keva to try prayer. Try Prayer is the book that designed to help every family to understand the prayer in its simplicity. Also, thank you so much, Mr. Keva, for the good work. Also, we have some posters here. I want to give them out. The first poster is called The Quality of a Good Teacher. Try Prayer, it goes for 500, but for today we are giving it out for 300 Kenya shilling. You can give out your copy. We have some posters here. The one that I'm holding is called The Quality of a Good Teacher. Hii inakusaidia unaweka kwa staff room so that walimu wako hautakuwa unawakumbusha kila wakati. Allow me to give this to this wonderful our lady here ambaye amefanya yes you are the one. Yes, this is your gift, The Quality of a Good Teacher. Hii unaweka kwa staff room na inakuwa vizuri. Thank you so much. There is a photo here. Perfect. Nice. The quote. Also, we have another one here. We call it the National Goals of Education. After going many schools, nimekuwa nauliza walimu, do you remember the National Goals of Education? Na wengi wananiambia hawakumbuki. So nikaamua kukutengenezea hii so you can put this to your notice board pale kwa shule. Also this one, allow me to give this to Bishop McMay, my good friend. Bishop McMay amekuwa anafanya kazi mzuri for the past 15 years ambaye nimekuwa namjua. We can give him a good clap. The National Goals of Education. Almost the last one, we have The Quality of a Good Teacher. Hii ni yako. Hii ni yako hii. Kuja hapa karibu nikupe hii. Nani? Yes, huyo dada kutoka Kwani anaitwa hapa, amepata favor. Inaitwa The Quality of a Good Parent. I know you can agree with me, many of our people, they are my age. Wamesahau na mambo ya parenting. So hii ukiwawekea pale wanakujanga kukaa kwa ofisi, kabla waingia kwa ofisi yako watakuwa naisoma na mambo itakuwa mizuri. Bwana Isha, thank you so much. Yes, Bwana Harusi, The Quality of a Good Parent. The last one. This one is The Habit of a Good Leader. The Habit of a Good Leader. Hii ni ya ofisi ya CEO. So if you are here, hii unaweka kwa ofisi yako nyuma na mambo inakuwa mazuri. Hii naye nipe nani? Kitul Nandi. Kitul from Nandi. Tumpigie makofi, my good friend from Nandi. Yes, the Dr. Kitul from Nandi. Pigeni makofi mazuri jameni. Yeah, we have the doctor. Yes, the chairman and also the doctor. Thank you so much. The Habits of a Good Leader. Now, the whole package, you are going to get the whole package as piece one, going for 400 Kenya shilling only. Shule yako inakuwa mzuri. So thank you so much. My phone number is 0726-244-940. Inanipe nani? The whole package.
The whole package.
Napea wewe. Au nipewe. Asanteni sana. God bless you and God do you good. See you next time. Asanteni.
Najua nikiwa master of ceremony, watu wanaweza fikiria tunafanya collaboration hapa. Ndio unaona ninakataa kuchukua. Now, Milele wana ajabu la kuambia. Wale wamemaliza pesa leo, kuna lafa watapatiana. Ukipata bahati utapatiwa 2 days full boarding in Milele Beach Hotel, you and your spouse. Wale hawana sijui ni bei ya harusi iliongezwa, sijui tutafanya namna gani. Milele Resort, kuja.
Thank you so much. Good morning. God is good all the time. Okay, now Chairman, National KEPSHA. All protocols observed. Here we are here to market Milele hotels. We have 2 units, one in Mombasa, that is before you get to Pirates Beach, the first hotel along the beach line. Another unit for Milele, we are in Nairobi, that is in South Sea, along Muhoho Avenue. Just as how we had announced yesterday, we are going to have our 3 lucky winners today. One will be winning accommodation for 2, that is full board. And we also have another 2 gift vouchers. One will be lunch for 2, and the other one will be dinner for 2. We had some raffles yesterday. We are here to just pick them here in front of you so that it can be free, fair and credible for everyone. Isikuwe ni kama tulikuwa tumeifanyia kule kwa tent. So here these are the raffles which people came and picked yesterday. So out of them, we are going to fold them like this one, and then we are just going to call one person to pick for us. If you are amongst the ones who were there yesterday and filled our visitors book, we gave you these vouchers. We are going to call out the number, and if you are going to be the lucky winner, we are going to give you the gift voucher. As we are continuing folding, we are welcoming you to Milele Beach Hotel. It's an ideal hotel. It's an alcoholic and an unsmoking hotel located along the beach line of the Indian Ocean. The place is ideal for school trips, teachers' retreat. Also, when students are coming to Mombasa for music festivals, we have a very friendly rates for schools and for groups. You can just pass by at our tent immediately as you are coming in towards the main entrance. We are just located there next. Our tent, you can see it from a distance. Tunawakaribisha sana. You are most welcome. Just come to help us. So kindly just help us pick 3 raffles.
3?
Oh yeah, we are going to call out the numbers. Okay. Now, whoever picked raffle number 28, is he or is she here? Number 28? Okay, that person is not here. Maybe let us pick the other one. Number 23, anyone who picked number 23 and is here or is she's here? Number 23? Okay.
Still outside.
Yeah, one. Help.
Third one?
Yeah. Number 10? Number 10? Okay, now since I can see that, okay, the last one, and then if this person is not here, I'm kindly requesting you pass by there at our tent, also to save on time. We know the program is a little bit tight, so we'll just continue it at the tent. So we are going to call the last one. So if this person is here, he or she is going to win a present. If they are not here, still the presents are there. You can just pass by at our tent there, and then we are going to give you the present. Sawa sawa. Number 24. She's here.
Let's appreciate her as she comes. She's our winner this morning of a voucher. We're just reminding you that we are having gift vouchers for our hotels. Let's appreciate her as you pick whichever voucher. We also need to remind us that our vouchers are valid till next year, March. So you can come anytime between right now and March. Kindly feel free to come and pick our vouchers right at our tent. Let's appreciate her. Come on, let's just put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. She has won accommodation for 2 on full board. Put your hands together and appreciate her. So you can come with another one person, whatever time you feel like, until March 2024. Let's just put our hands together. That's a gift, you know. So feel free to visit our tents out there. Come and receive, come and play, come and pick a raffle ticket, and then you're going to come and win. We also need to remind us that Milele Hotels is also in Nairobi. We're in South Sea, a place that is very convenient at near Wilson Airport, Mombasa Road, JKIA, and very many other places. And we are also here in Mombasa. So feel free to come and visit us and take a voucher. You may be the next winner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Hey, Mobi Sarimin, congratulations. Thank you so much, Mirere. We are carrying on the program. We have Liberty Africa. It's our major sponsor, gold sponsor. Wameingia. Liberty Africa, please, for 5 minutes, as now we prepare Johnson Mwakanzi to come on the floor. We will take over the program from here. And we prepare our treasurer, Bwana Kennedy Chefa, to be ready. Very good. I can see he's showing me he's ready. Then from there, the Ministry of Education, led by Stephen Balongo, will come on board. Thank you. Liberty Africa.
Good morning, everybody. We are delighted to be here again, Liberty Africa, with our Okoa Sasa products. Nimesikia MC akisema kuna watu wameishiwa na pesa, sisi bado tuko na pesa. Kwa hivyo kama ungetaka kuextend your stay in Mombasa, na pia kama unaweza kuwa labda una wasiwasi kidogo, hela imepungua, njoo pale kwa Okoa Sasa. We are still giving out our short-term loans for those who may be in that situation. We are also still going on with our Pata Internet Lipa Pole Pole plan, where we have internet routers that we are offering as a bundled product, which you repay at a price of either 3,999 or 2,999 for a period of 6 months, where you get full ownership of the device and you are able to enjoy internet stress-free. So today again, I'm with my partner here from Safaricom. He has a few words to say, to thank you, and also to add a few other items that we have in line for you. Thank you very much from Liberty Africa. We really appreciate you. We thank the people who have visited us. Continue coming to our tent. Like I said, we have gifts for everybody. Come and receive yours before you go. Thank you very much. Until we meet again next year, same place, God willing. Safari njema kila mtu. Asanteni.
Thank you. Good morning, dear teachers. Once again, my name is Franklin Ocharo from Safaricom, head of fixed data. So I was here yesterday to tell you about the partnership we've done with Liberty to offer the router. So today, niko na mambo mawili peke yake. The first one is, why should you get this product? So as explained yesterday, this is a 4G router that will allow you to connect up to 64 devices. So the main reason we've done this partnership is that it enables you to take it without having to pay upfront. Right now, you can go to any of our shops or our dealers and you'll have to buy this product upfront at 7,000 shillings for the router, then 3,000 shillings per month for data. So if you do that computation, you'll see for a 6-month period, just for the data, you'll pay 6 times 3,000, which is 18, plus the 7,000 for the router. Yet, with this partnership we are doing with Liberty, you're only paying $29.99, so 3,000 per month, and you get the router plus data every day for the 6-month period. Another question that has come up and we want to address, if you want to get it for your school, we also have a package that can give more data. For an extra 1,000 shillings, we give you 4.5 GB per day for the 6-month period, which is enough to cater for a typical school for the needs that you may have. So feel free to visit us and you'll see the options that we have. The second item I want to talk about is control, because this is an issue that comes a lot when we talk about the internet. And right now, especially when our kids are at home for holiday, the people are worried. If I have the internet on, they're never going out. At our own ijua, they're just on the internet, YouTube, on the phone. So with this device, when you connect and the details are behind the router, there's a page you can go in. You can download a mobile application which allows you to control how the internet is used. For example, you can control when the internet is on. So you can say the internet is off after 9 p.m. so people are not in their bed browsing the internet. You can control which devices are connecting to the internet. So both at home, you can say the TV, the internet disconnects between 11 p.m. and 2 p.m. or during meal times so people can come together and talk. You can even create guest Wi-Fi. There are neighbors who come and tell you, nisaidie password ya Wi-Fi. Instead of giving them your normal Wi-Fi password, you can define on the app and it creates a Wi-Fi hotspot for them that can last, say, for 2 hours, then it disappears. So this provides a lot of control that enables you to decide how the internet is used, what time it is used, what devices it is used, which then makes sure you can use the internet safely for you and your children, for you and the teachers in your schools. So to finish, I say you can come, we are still here in the tent to take it, or if you are not available today, we have the short code, *400, *884#. I repeat, *400, *884#, the one on the screens, and you can put in your details. We actually come to you. We deliver. We don't send you to go and get it. You put in your details. We will bring the router to you wherever you are. Asanteni sana, wishing you a great conference and safe journeys as you travel back to your schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milele Beach. And thank you very much, our gold sponsor, Liberty Africa, for marketing your service. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the national chairman who is already in. And immediately he sets foot here, Mwakazi will take over. But before then, I'm aware, being the last day, a number of you have lost your programs. Allow me to bring you to speed on what we have for you today. We are going to have a symposium on redefining educational management within a comprehensive school framework for a sustainable impact in the present and in the future decades. And I can see my boss, Director Primary, Mr. Stephen Barongo, already in the house. Yeye anasema mnanichelewesha kufanya kazi yangu. Welcome, sir. We shall be having you at that particular time. We also have Dr. William Surgut, Director Junior Secondary School. Frederick Haga, Director SNE, will be taking us through understanding and overcoming barriers to promote equity and inclusion in the comprehensive school setting. We shall also have Evelyn Oko, Director and Quality Assurance, fostering and sharing a vision and cultivating positive quality culture to enhance accountability in the comprehensive school system. Next shall be gender and education, achieving mainstreaming in the context of education reforms in Kenya, and the facilitator will be Daktari Moses Ngware, who is Head of Education and Youth Empowerment Unit, African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our facilitators taking us through that. Today also, our National Secretary is going to read us the Treasurer's report for the year ending October 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our professional MC, whom I'm
and one day it will be their turn to speak. I hope they will speak great things so that other generations will pick from them. It's an honor to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. And please help me. I know we've been here. Just turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, successful people look like you. We must turn every environment into an environment of success. Tell the other person, successful people look like you. And we want to make sure every one of us today will leave here with something powerful. We have awards that will be given today, awarding different categories in regards to KCPE performance regionally. That will happen today. You mobilized members to be part of this conference. You will be awarded as well. And today we're celebrating the 20th anniversary. My simple question is, 20 years ago, where were you? Let's have Menti very quickly. Let's have Menti. This is everyone on your phones, just on your phones, on your phones, on your phones. We want to engage. Go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com. This platform gives every one of us a chance to speak out. Go Go to menti.com. The code when you're asked is 69 72 81 09. That is the code. And then you will see a thumbs up sign. Click on it. When you see those signs there, it means people are clicking. I need as many people to join in so that when we start and later on before we close, we will want to do a review of the conference so that the next conference, we will make it better, bigger, and brighter. So join the conversation, menti.com. Code is 69 72 8109. And during the panel discussions, we'll still use this platform. If you have a question, you have a comment on your phone, you can type in your question and we will receive them on the screen. Your suggestions, recommendations will be received, and all this information will be given to the KEPSHA team so that we make every conference better as we go. All right. I want us to move on to here again. Where were you 20 years ago? Where were you?
I was teaching in a school in Malindi. I was the deputy head teacher somewhere.
Deputy head teacher somewhere.
Oh yes.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Anything you want to add that stood out 20 years ago?
I was still a young girl, still in the market.
Still in the market, okay. Still, naona umecheka kweli kweli. 20 years ago ulikuwa wapi?
20 years ago I was at a school called Migodomani Primary School in Ganze Zone. In Kilifi County.
Kilifi County.
Yes, I was there.
Asante sana. Makofi yao tafadhali, makofi yao tafadhali. Today we are celebrating 20 years and nitakuja kule. Let's see Menti. What are people saying? What are people saying? Where were they 20 years ago? I was still in college. I was a deputy head teacher in college first year, was in Form 1. I was in Butere. Wow. I head at Chebukaka Girls. I just finished my secondary education. Well done. So we're celebrating all those 20 years today. So today is a very special day. We want to start very quickly with the audit and treasurer's report. As we celebrate 20 years of KEPSHA, let's get that report. A big round of applause to the KEPSHA National Treasurer, Bwana Kennedy Cheva. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Remember me?
The chairman of KEPSHA.
Sound. Thank you very much. Super MC Mwakazi. Part of the success of this conference shall remember that MC. And so Mr. Chairman, who is just entering the hall, and our special guest from Estonia, very special guest from the west of this globe, Estonia, a tiny country that is gigantic in matters education. If they don't rate number 1 in education, they definitely are in the top 3 globally. And she is in the house. It's not up to me to introduce her. The time will come. She is in the house. But ladies and gentlemen, Before I present the financial statements, let me welcome the chair to the hall and kindly stand up and wave. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We feel nice. Baba akiwa kwa nyumba. And with the presence of the chairman, therefore, I will now, without any further ado, move on to present the annual reports and financial statements for the period ended 30th September 2023. And before I do that, it's important for delegates to know that our association year does not begin in January, neither does it start in June or July. It starts from the 1st of October in every year and ends on the 30th of September the succeeding year. And so the statements and report I'm about to present will be the reports beginning the year 1st October 2022 and ending the year 30th September 2023. And so as you follow the figures and statements, please ignore anything October 2023, including now. This conference figures will be in Claire's report, God willing. With that clarity, Mr. Chairman, I now take this opportunity to ask that our certified auditors, the independent auditors, Kigo, Njenga and Company, Certified Public Accountants, Kenya, the CEO, kindly join me at the stage. I believe I have a chair next to me. And so that an expert, and the expert we engaged, can take us through the financial statements. Again, as he clears his throat to do that very noble job, I will not fail to thank these delegates here because the statements we read are fully and almost 100% funded by you, delegates of KEPSHA or KEPSHA members, through your monthly deductions or contributions to the association and your delegate's fee. I had just to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And then again, thank our sponsors, KCB and all the rest, for topping up the small percentage that has a gap. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming on the podium Dr. Honorable Kigo Njenga to take us through the financial statements. Bwana Auditor, karibu.
Thank you very much. The Treasurer, asante sana. The Chairman and the leadership of KEPSHA, the membership, all protocol observed. It will be my pleasure today to present before these delegates the audited financial statement of the Kenya Primary School Health Association, KEPSHA, for the year that started from the 1st of October 2022 and the year that ended on the 30th of September 2023. That is last month but one. For the first time, we presented financial statement in under 40 days. That is marvelous. That is good, because the data that will be given as real-time data. I'm doing so, waiting for the sets of accounts to be distributed, and then we get started. During the year under review, KEPSHA continued doing well. The management continued being in charge. Systems improved. And so the accounts that I'm about to present are the true and fair view of the situation at KEPSHA. Thereafter, on behalf of the chair of the treasurer, I'll be his voice in presenting for you the 2023-2024 budget, cash budget. Since I can see majority of you have the document, I would like to first 13.3 million, an increase of 6 million. That is progression in the positive way. On conferencing, we had 33,318,081 shillings, that's 3.3 million, an increase from 18 million the year before. That's an increase of 15 million in conferencing. The two income summed up totals to 146,657,810 in the year under review compared to 125,814 the year before. We had other sources of income. Sponsors for the conference, they contributed 14,174,150. The year before, they had contributed only 6.1 million. As the writing competition, the sponsors contributed 2,248,407. The year before, there was no such contribution. When all the income are totaled, the total income amounts to 163,080,158, up from 131,989,980 the year before. So we are now at a total income of 163 million, up from 132 the year before. Turn on to page 11 and see how this income was dispensed, how it was spent. First, it was spent to administer KEPSHA. The KEPSHA expenses by the national office through the board to the regions and county and including the national total to 49,652,991, up from 34,299,352. It is good to note that that amount, when we interrogated it, it increased because you have increased your partners. And KEPSHA now, general compensation fee was 174,000. Legal fees was 1.2 million. We have a standing lawyer who is paid 100,000 per month to take care of all matters legal for KEPSHA. Website 192,000. Allowances 1.2 million. Benevolence for our departed brothers and sisters 240,000. So the total amount that we administered the society was 57,584,000, up from 45 million the year before. Training and capacity building. This is the core activity of KEPSHA. The core activity, the objective of KEPSHA is to train and build capacities. Members' capacity building, that is this conference, spent 29,936,763 this current financial year, not the current cost of the meeting we are seated. The last meeting we sat last year spent 29 million, up from about a similar amount of 26 million. The increase can be explained. The membership has been on a positive trajectory. We now in attendance of about 12,000. Last year, 10. So we are on a trajectory that's upward. Reading material for the same capacity building conference was 3.5 million. Food, accommodation, refreshment, 6,034,000. Transport, 750,000. This is transport to the Secretariat. Venue and hire of this facility, 4.5 million. We have publicity, 3.3 million. Facilitators, 400,000. Monitoring, evaluation at the regional, county and sub-county. This is the money that we do disburse to the leadership and to the management of counties and sub-counties so that KEPSHA activities are felt and to grow capacity. This amounts to 45 million shillings. It was 37 million the year before. The increase has been attributed to increase in activity of KEPSHA and to increase into efficiency and effectiveness of KEPSHA in the year under review compared to the other year, and the amount is expected to increase. Magazines, 2.4. Information gathering, 1.2. Printing and stationery, 78,000 on matters training. Branded material, 778,000. The total amount that was spent for training and capacity building, the core objective of KEPSHA, was 98,012,000, up from 76 million the year before. Thank you very much. If you go to page 12, you find staff costs. This is salaries and wages. It amounts to 4,129,000. The year before was 4,251 shillings. So the increase is due to the wages. Depreciation represents wear and tear of assets, does not involve movement of cash. It was 1.3 million, the other year 1.9. Financial charges, these are bank charges and interest on loan, 56,000 compared to 743,000. Reason being, we paid up the loan. Ladies and gentlemen, those details are summarized in the statement of financial performance, statement of income and expenditure, set out on page 6. Move to page 6 and see the summary. While at page 6, remember, we said the income was composed of monthly contribution at 113 million, conference fee at 33 million, other income at 16 million. The total income is 163 million. The expenses are tabulated in details. On administration, 57.5 million. Training and capacity building, 98 million. Staff cost, 4 million. Depreciation, 1.3 million. Finance charge, 56 million. Total cost or total expenditure, 161,129,000. Anytime income exceeds expenditure, we have a surplus. Should the reverse occur, expenditure becomes higher than income, we have a deficit. I am happy to say, in the current year, the income was 163 million, the expenses were 161 million, hence we had a surplus of 1,950,000. The year before, we had income of 131 million, expenses of 128 million, and we had a surplus of 3.7 million. I want to put it unto you that we cannot boast of surpluses, we boast of being able to absorb all expenses for the purpose of efficiency and attaining the core objective of KEPSHA. But at that kind of a surplus, we are sure we are going concerned liquidity is not a risk. Ladies and gentlemen, the next that we're going through is the financial statement called the balance sheet area, but today they refer it as to the statement of financial position. This statement categorizes assets of permanent nature called non-current assets, previously called fixed assets. They live from one year to another year. And assets that are moving targets, they are used to operationalize the institution. These are laid down on the notes to the accounts from the schedule set up on page 8. Move on to page 8. Page 8 is a statement of non-current assets, fixed assets that live from one year to another. One of them, furniture. All the furniture we've bought so far has totaled 647,934. But we have continued depreciating it as required by law to a total of 431,000 shillings. So the written down value or the book value of the furniture in our office stands at 215,000 shillings. Earlier, it was 246 in the year before. The reason of the decline is the provision for wear and tear. Motor vehicles. We have a motor vehicle that we bought at 5.9 million, but we have depreciated it at the requisite rate of 25% to a total of 3,009,000. So the written down value of the motor vehicle stands at 2,891,000, and the other year was 4.1 million. The decline in value of motor vehicle is basically because of wear and tear provisions. That does not involve any movement of cash. Office equipment was 190,000 as the cost. We have depreciated 100,000. They stand at book value of 90,000 the year under review. Computers, we spent 1,297,000. Written down value is 146,000 shillings. In total, KEPSHA has bought fixed assets of 8 million. The same has been depreciated by 4.6 million. The book value is 3.3 million, and that is now the value we have captured in our statement of financial position. Those are the assets of permanent nature that move from one period to another. The other types of assets are the moving targets, the assets we use to operationalize our activities. And they are called non-current assets, they are called current assets, they are called current assets, and they are tabulated on note number, on note number 9. On page 9, note number 3. These are two. One, the cash equivalent held at bank. On note number 3, we had 3 million at ABSA, 11 million at Equity Bank, 595 shillings at KCB Lavington account, and at the Moy Avenue KCB had 7.8 million. That totaled, we had 10.9 million in our banks, and that is the moving target because the area before 9.7, and this money is applied to run the affairs of KEPSHA. We have a deposit receivable once we vacate the premises of 86,000. In the year before, accumulated reserves was 2.6 million. Current year, we have 1.9. So our accumulated reserve stands at 4.6 million, and that is the difference between the asset of permanent nature and the asset of less permanent nature. That is our net worth. On page 10, we'll find we have unpaid suppliers and service providers. Audit fee, 580,000. Chemi, 395, and unpaid salaries at the close of the year, 344,000, and other suppliers, especially for this conference, 8.4 million. Most of them were paid in the subsequent month. We didn't have a loan, we paid up the loan, which was 906. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the statement of financial position on page 5, you'll find the same summarized. On page 5, the assets of permanent nature called non-current stands as earlier explained at 3,344,000. In the banks, we had 10.9 million, and the deposit was 86,000. So the total assets of KEPSHA stands, therefore, at 14,395,466. The area before, we were almost the same at 14,532,000. Out of this, creditors and accruals are people from outside who can claim from that 14 million. I've indicated to you, providers of service and other suppliers who we owed as of that is September 9.7. If you reduce from 14.3 million, 9.7 owed to others, our net worth, as represented by our reserve, stands at 4,626,000. And that is the statement that was presented to the managing board and approved on the first day of November this year, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take you to other reports now. I would like to take you to page 1, and you can see a synopsis of the organization, which is all the details that are presented. On membership, you stand at 19,337, up from 17,709 the other year. You have increased your membership by 2,300. That is very good. That is the highest you've seen in recent years. General reserves here at 4.6. Our net book value of assets at 3.3. We had 10 million in the bank. We have creditors standing at 9.7, but has since been paid, so we don't have any liquidity risk of not paying creditors. We made a surplus of 1.9. We had income of 163 million from 136 million, a good increase of over 30 million. And operating overheads stood at 161 from 128. That is a synopsis of statistical data. On page 2, I'm going to read on behalf of the national chairman, the report of the managing board. The National Executive Board submit their report and audited financial statement for the financial year ended 30th September 2023. Those who served during the year were Mr. Johnson Zioka, National Chairman, Mr. Fuad Ali, Vice National Chairman, Ms. Irene Yaile, National Secretary, Francis Dirango, Deputy National Secretary, Mr. Kenneth Kieva, National Treasurer, Mr. Thomas Deda, Deputy National Treasurer, Mr. James Masharia, Publicity and Organizing Secretary, Mr. Mesha Kloche, Deputy Publicity and Organizing Secretary, Mrs. Winfred Sira, National Women Representative. Members of the Executive Board include Nicodemus Musioka Mista, Mr. Hussein Dubat, and Mr. Abraham Sierra. The registered addresses of the organization is as shown, and the organization is registered under Section 10 of the Societies Act. The principal activity remains as it was the year before, promoting teaching profession through capacity building. We made 163 million. We applied 161 to operationalize KEPSHA, had made a surplus of 1.9 million in the year under review compared to 3.7 million the year before. Our bankers on page 2B were Barclays Bank of Kenya, Queensway, Equity Bank Center Branch, KCB Ravington, and KCB Moi Avenue. The lawyers, the firm of lawyers who served during the year are Oyomba, Musota, and Wamwea Advocates. Auditors, the independent auditors were Kigo Jenga and Company, the firm I represented, the firm of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya that were appointed by the Society for the year ended, and we express our willingness to continue serving in office the provision of the Societies Act. This provision says when an auditor finds things are not in good order, illegal and irregular, he can tell the AGM his desire to vacate. But because that does not exist, I express our desire to continue. The statement of corporate responsibilities on page 3. In this statement, the Public Benefit Organizations Act requires the management to prepare financial statements every year, and these financial statements should show the operating results for the year Also, the management is required by this act to keep proper accounting systems and records, and they are responsible in safeguarding the assets and the liability of the organization. The management, through this signature appended here on the 1st of November, accepted this responsibility for the financial statement are presented, and they also accepted that the statements were prepared at the appropriate accounting estimates, that prudent judgments were done, that they are in conformity with the provision of the Public Benefit Organization Act. They accept responsibility for the maintenance of the accounting systems and records which we relied on. The Management Committee of KEPSHA are satisfied of the opinion that the financial statement herein give a true and fair view of the state of financial affairs of the association and the operating results. That statement of corporate responsibility. As required by law, both the CITES law, as required by the Companies Act, which we borrow heavily, the auditor's report should be presented per se in this meeting. I present the auditor's report for the KEPSHA for the year ended 30th September 2023. We have audited the financial statement of Kenya Primary Schools Ahead Association, set out on page 5 to 12, and which comprises the statement of financial position as at 30th September 2023, the income and expenditure account for the period ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory notes. The management is responsible for the preparation of fair statements and also presentation of this financial statement to us in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, and the requirement of the Public Benefit Organization Act. This responsibility includes the management should design, implement, and maintain internal control relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, correction and applying appropriate accounting policies, and making account estimates that are reasonable. Our responsibility as auditors is to express our position or our opinion. We have a conducted audit in accordance with the international standards on auditing. They require we comply with the requirements and we plan. We believe that the audit of evidence we obtained was sufficient for the presentation and preparation of the financial statement herein. Our opinion. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of financial affairs of the association as of 30th September 2021, and of financial performance and cash flow for the year then in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the Public Benefit Organization Act. The key audit matters to report. 1, we have obtained all the information and explanations which the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purpose of our audit, and in our opinion, proper books have been kept by the association so far as appears from our examination. The association statement of financial position and income and expenditure account are in agreement with the said financial statement. I, Dr. CPA Francis Kigo Jenga, practicing under certificate number P981, was responsible for the audit. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your financial statement in details, and I believe I've done my best. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, another round of applause for the auditor. Mr. Chairman, I want through your intelligence that the auditor now presents very quickly the budget 2024 so that we adopt and later approve and save time. Kigo, once more.
Thank you very much. I am obliged to do the presentation of the operating budget or cash budget of KEPSHA. The budget is now for the year we are in, from 1st of October this year, that's last month, up to the end of the year, that is September next year. During the year, members' contribution, which stood in the current year at 113.3 million is expected to increase to 117.2 million, reason being that every member, the 19,337 members, are expected to contribute 500 shillings per month, and this has been actually on a growth trajectory, so it's expected we can attain. On the conference fee, which we have gained 33.3, but now the amount has increased, is expected to increase to 50 million shillings from 33 million in the year under review. The amount being paid by delegates during this ADC has since been increased. If this happens, we shall have the conference and sponsors giving 16.4 in the year under review, slightly increasing to 17 million. And if we attain that, we'll move from the current 163 million to 184.2 million in terms of income. The said income will be applied as follows. Administrative expenses by the National Executive Board, which was 49.6 million, is expected to increase to 55.1 million. And this is the money used to run the offices, including all the costs by NEC, food, accommodation during the capacity building forum, the annual delegates conference. On printing, at 831,000 the current year is expected to increase to 2 million. Reason being, membership is expected to grow and printing is expected to be a higher cost with the growth of membership. Office expenses was at 648,000. With the current inflation and high prices of goods and services, it's expected to grow to 800,000 shillings. On donation, we donated to related activity 400,000, and the same philanthropy rate of 400,000 is expected to be retained. On communication, that's telephone and postages, we spent 510 and expect to increase to 864,000. Leading material, we spent 3.5 million, and the same is expected to be spent in the forthcoming year, the year we are already in. On benevolence, to our departed brothers and sisters and the affected family, we spent 240,000, and we expect to spend a further 240,000, similar amount in the year under review. On compensation to staff in salaries and wages, we spent 4.129 million, and we expect a slight increase to 4.4 million in the year 2023-2024. Consultancy fee was 174,000. The same amount is retained and provided. Auditing and accountancy fee spent 580,000. A slight increase, probably to cater for inflationary 600,000 is the current year's provision. Breaded material, we spent 778,000. We're going to spend 1.8 million in the coming year. This is to print t-shirts and bags for the next conferences. Motor vehicle maintenance, we spent 221,000, but we expect to increase this to 450,000. As you are all well aware, the prices of maintaining a motor vehicle has really grown over the last 1 year and projected to even grow further. Hence, the provision has been increased from 221,000 to 450,000. Legal fees, 100,000 per month to our advocate, a standing charge of 1.2 million per year is expected to be retained. Magazines and periodicals, we spent 2.4 million, and the same amount is expected to be spent in the coming year. On finance costs, this is banks. On information gathering, we spent 1,240,000. The same has been provided for the coming year. Interest was 41,000. We expect it goes down to 40,000. So, on the regional, county, and sub-county monitoring and evaluation, this is money submitted down to operationalize the activities of KEPSHA to those regions all the way to sub-county, which was 45 million, is expected to be raised to 51,557,910, and these are expenses that actually go to the core mandate of KEPSHA. On the last page, This venue spent 4.5 million. We provided 6 million for any eventuality to be the cost in the coming financial year, but actually providing is not spending. So from 4.5 to 6 million to hire this hall, public address and screens. Food and accommodation, we spent 6 million and 34,000. It's been provided 7.8 million. The cost of food, the cost of everything is going up to cater and to hedge this. An increase from 6 million to 7.8 million has also been provided. The national executive allowances, 1.2 million, we expect to retain the same. On publicity, 3,345,000 was spent. Now KEPSHA has taken off. They propose to reduce that from 3.3 million to 1.6 million. On security, 650,000 to have our personal security is budgeted to be spent in the coming year. Facilitators, we pay them 400,000, a slight increase to 450,000. On traveling, we spend 750,000. We expect to spend the same in the year under review. On printing and stationery, spend 78,000. We expect that to increase to 196,000. The core objective of this organization, or the major mandate, is to train and build capacities. On training and capacity building, which is funded by KEPSHA yourself, the membership, we spent 29,936,763, 29.9 million, and it is budgeted that 35.9 million, or precisely 35,945,000 will be spent. On training cost to 60,000. All in all, for us, we had 163 million and cost of 159 million without depreciation. We had a surplus of 3.2 budgeted. Currently, we expect a total income of 184.2 million and expenses of 184 million. Thus, we have a surplus of 172,000 shillings. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's your budget for the coming financial year. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Auditor Kigo Njenka. And now, Mr. Chairman, I would like, without any further ado, to move on and call upon this congregation of delegates to pass a vote that we adopt this document, all the statements first, and later the budget for next year, for adoption, for discussion, question, and later approval. It is at this junction where I want, and I ask and call for a proposer and a seconder who will stand up, give us their name for the record, and the TSC number. I ask my deputy, Wanadeda, to carry the microphone with you, to not just the people raising their hands at the front, but also those raising their hands at the back. I call for a proposal to adopt the statements for discussion. Wanadeda, you are a young man. Faster. Thank you.
Yes, good morning all. This is Minor Paul. TSC number 384879.
Come again with the name.
Paul Minor.
Paul Minor.
384879.
384879, right?
Moranga County.
Thank you. I proposed. I now call for a seconder and preferably, Wanadeda, a lady delegate.
Even there.
Thank you.
My name is Judith Chelangat Rop.
Judith
Chelangat Rop.
Jelangat
Rop.
Rop.
Yes.
TSC number?
367388.
367388. Our secretariat has taken that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I say.
And now, Mr. Chairman, the documents are open for discussion. And it is at this juncture where we are free to take a question or two, or even three. Why not even four? Sadeda, there's a hand there. Let us have all the hands up. The hand there, there's another one the same side. Move on now to the eastern side. The eastern side of the hall. As we take the questions, we'll take them at once.
Good morning.
My auditor will be recording them, and then we'll respond to all of them at the end.
Good morning. My name is Karima Tunje, a teacher at HOI Tsunza Primary School in Kinango Sub-County, Kwale County. My question is, according to the budget, there is something we call capacity building and training. Can we have a clarification of those who are trained and those who are being done the capacity building? Because we have never seen any.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Lucas Jagongo, TC number 266823 from Nyamira County. I have a concern on page 6, and then the other one is on the proposed budget for the coming year. So on page 6, we are seeing the membership anyway is increasing. Conference registration is increasing, even sponsors, the number of sponsors is increasing. But still, we end up now eating into the reserves when we now note that the other time we had a surplus of 3.7, and the current one we now have surplus of 1.9. Is it not an indicator that the association is growing weaker instead of growing strong? Then the other concern is on proposed budget, item 4.12, branded materials. I'm seeing that printing of t-shirts and bags is increasing from 778,000 to 1.8 million. Where are we using these t-shirts and bags? Because we are not even seeing them, but it is more than double the budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question. For the rest of us, please, you can use menti.com so that we can get all your questions and comments. Just go to menti.com. The code is on the screen, 69728109. That way we will get all your questions and comments. See that? So it's a platform that enables us to post all those questions about what we've just heard. If you get a microphone, that's okay. But even if you don't get a microphone, you can post your question. Just type it in and we'll see the questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman. I wish to appreciate what you have done, but I'm seeing a proposal on benevolence of 240,000. I don't know how it is structured, and I don't know how the members benefit, because as we talk of today, many of our branches have had funerals. We have never seen the national office being represented. The other day, one of us came here and he was called back home because the spouse had got deceased. The national office didn't even provide fare. So I don't know, how is benevolence catered for? Thank you.
And thank you. I think, Mr. Chairman, time allowing, I could take those ones for now. Where it goes technical, Kigo Jenka is here, but if it's straightforward, and I believe the four of them are straightforward, I'm ready to respond. I begin with the last one, benevolence. Members will agree with me that KEPSHA is a gigantic association. 22,000 members, 19,000 of them active, 12,000 of them delegates here today. I've just done a quick calculation of benevolence for members of KEPSHA, 20,000 of them. And if you are to do 100,000, you need, Mr. Chairman, to the tune of billions to afford benevolence nationally for KEPSHA members. The budget would be above our punching grade or level or weight. But maybe it is food for thought. Maybe it's food for thought. Our sisters, KNUT, one time had benevolence. Maybe we can think about it, but it's big money. To my friend, the delegate, 240,000 was benevolence for the secretariat, the staff we employ. There are not too many, and so we could afford that. Thank you very much. Increase in T-shirts. And I'm happy this question came from the budget. You'll agree with me, members, that a budget is a projection of the future expenditure that we are proposing here, and this is just a proposal for 2024. The evidence here is that KEPSHA has grown, and you have observed so, and rightly so, that we have really grown. We don't want to budget with the past in mind. We are looking forward to having more of us. But leave alone that, we also want to expand the White Army next year. And the White Army that you saw today, and by White Army I simply mean the gentlemen and ladies wearing the shirt I am wearing, or the ones we have been wearing the days before. All of you agree we've been looking conference. We want to expand it, if possible, to our sub-counties in future years. And therefore we have to budget bigger for that. I think that's straightforward. There was increase in, I think he meant monies vis-a-vis growth. You know, why are monies increasing and are we growing? I think that again is obvious. The KEPSHA of yesterday was slightly bigger than the KEPSHA of the day before. In fact, our father here, our originators here, our founders were telling me that the KEPSHA where we used to sit here, facing you, was great. But the KEPSHA where everybody sits there, facing the podium, is now big. So yes, figures have grown, but KEPSHA has also grown magnanimously. And that explains why money has to grow. For us to grow and have a podium like this, and the rich we have been told in each and every nook and cranny of the country, that means money. And then on capacity building, the large figure of 45 million, I don't even need to belabor that one. It's straightforward. Every month, and I want to repeat, every month, we disburse funds. I know they are not enough, but we disburse funds to each and every one of our 47 counties, and separately, we disburse funds to each and every one of our 8 counties. The technical word for that is not disbursement of funds, it is monitoring and all that you have seen, capacity building at those levels, because we've been there and we can confirm the regions have really grown. That's why we'll be rewarding regions here today, because they have really grown. And then I don't want to leak or to get the cat out of the bag. It's coming, and you will see regions that have really grown and counties that have really, really grown. And courtesy of, I know the money is not enough. We are trying to increase it, but that in the future looks bright. But 45 million for capacity building and monitoring at county and regional level, my friend. Now I think I have answered that one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Kigo doesn't need to stand here because I've responded to the 4. For the interest of time now, is there any Menti question? What the answering? My screen doesn't show. Bwana Mwakazi, if it's there, and the chair will respond to the rest of that. Ladies and gentlemen, the principal spokesperson of the association taking over and answering any other question that is left. Karibu Bwana Chairman. And congratulations, this was a good thing.
Asante.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our National Treasurer and our Auditor, our dear guests this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yes, I just want to respond on two issues which have been raised as I was checking through the screen. But before I respond to them, I want to really appreciate our guests who have arrived, who are with us today. We have the Director of Primary Education, Mr. Mbarongo, with us. We have the Director of Special Needs, Mr. Hanga is here with us. We have the High Commissioner, representative from the Republic of Estonia, Madam Kadri is here with us. We have our pioneer members, chairmen and other retired executive members who are here with us. So we really appreciate that, and I want to welcome us all. I also want to say that I've seen a response that the materials were not enough. Yes, we own the fact that we had a little shortage of the materials due to the fact that there were some of our delegates who registered late as when we were starting the conference, and some of the materials which are required needs time to be prepared. We had forecast for 10,000 delegates, and by the time we were starting, we had gone up to 12,000 delegates, and therefore you can see where a shortage came in. We tried to mitigate the shortage by sending somebody to Nairobi to do some printing of extra magazines and extra programs which arrived as late as yesterday, and we felt those who had missed at least will have something to hold on. Next time, I'm requesting that we register in time, the numbers are given in time, so that we prepare adequately for all the members who are reporting for the conference. I also want to respond to the question on disbursements. There is a member who feels that the disbursements do not reach the sub-counties. May I assure everybody that we do disburse every month. The capitation we receive, we disburse to the region, to the county, and to the sub-county through the regions. So it is good that you consult with your counties and your regions for disbursements. We do our part as the national office. I want to appreciate the fact that somebody is feeling that we are spending too much on rent, and on the long run, if we were to do a saving, then we could look forward to getting an office space which will belong to KEPSHA and which will lead to saving KEPSHA from spending in the future. We are thinking around that issue. Can I assure you that probably in the near future we shall be in a position to inform you how far we have gone to acquire an office. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I request that we adopt those reports which we have been given here by getting a proposer and a seconder. We have somebody with the mic.
I propose Gilbert Kibagala Kagasi, GSC number 378-824.
Thank you, Gilbert. The seconder.
Dixon Joseph Willie, GSC number 481648. I second.
Thank you very much. And now back to you, MC.
All right. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please, to the chairman, national chairman. Makofi yake tafadhali.
A brief one. As the chairman sits, I'm so sorry, when the chairman directs, you don't contravene what he says. But something very slight was left hanging, and that is where Kigo, Jenka, and company auditors said that they don't feel threatened being our auditors going forward. And if we are willing, they are ready to be approved to be our auditors for another year. Now, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I now request that Kigo, Jenka, and company auditors continue being the auditors, the official auditors, certified private auditors for KEPSHA. May as many as are of that opinion say aye. The many as of a contradictory opinion say nay. The ayes have it, Mr. Chairman.
Wow. Wow, wow. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause? And also celebrating 20 years, 20 years. All your comments and questions have been captured via Menti. And that data will be sent to the KEPSHA teams so that now in the future, all those concerns are addressed. I'd kindly request that you don't move away from that Menti tab, because even in the following presentations, we will use that for any questions you may have. Let's just have the screen a bit. 20 years, it's a journey. But let me take you back to another journey. One man rose, Martin Luther King Jr., and shared a dream. He didn't witness the dream, but we know what happened in the US. But one man with a belief, Mother Teresa in Calcutta, serving people, one human being who made a difference in the lives of so many that we still talk about. One man, Mahatma Gandhi, walking every day, 4 a.m., saying, my people must be free, the Indian people. One man, the power of one. And you continue on, you go to China, Tiananmen Square, one man standing in front of the tanks and saying, it's better you kill me, but you will not kill the protesters. We don't even remember his name, we just know him as the tank man. One man, the power of one. You as an individual here, you can make a difference. Even in this country, we had men and women who said, we want to rule our country. Ladies and gentlemen, for now and future decades. Look at yourself as a person of substance, rise up, make a difference in your small space, so that for many years to come, when we are no longer here, we can say there was somebody who was here, and that generation will speak one day. Are you the kind of person? Let me see the, well done. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause? When we leave the conference, we're going to make a difference. And we want to invite our guest. This country is making a difference. Please get ready to listen for the next 20 minutes. Get ready, get ready.
She combines digital life skills as a birthright Estonian with a profound understanding of the region. For professional and personal relations and interactions are unique for a Kenyan resident of 28 years. She is an active member of the Rotary Club and has been involved in Rotary grants for humanitarian projects for many years. Please welcome the Honorary Consul of the Republic of Estonia, Katri Ayal.
A big round of applause. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Good morning. It's such an honor to be here today, and what a great lead up into this. Thank you very much, MC. A round of applause for a great MC. National Chair, regional leaders of KEPSHA, Ministry of Education representatives, all protocols observed. I'm here today to talk about Estonian education experience and the methods of integrating digital tools with everyday teaching practices, as well as already available tools that have come into Kenya as a form of cooperation with Estonian education technology sector, and through the various support activities of the Estonian Development Corporation. I do have a presentation that I hope can be running. Yeah, there we are. Thank you. And as many of you know, currently, when we go onto the internet, into all the spread of various media, we find memes. And I'm told that in order to have an effective presentation, one must have a funny cat meme. And I tried to actually object that view. Because I said, no. I mean, teachers are very serious people. Here, teachers even more serious. And I was told that, no, you must have a funny cat meme to represent what you're talking about. And I can tell you that if you don't have it, you actually create it yourself. So that's me creating a funny cat meme during the event that was actually in this very same hall a couple of months back. And so, yes, I do recommend everybody start with a funny cat meme if you don't want to become the cat meme yourself. But now on to more serious matters. And so, as it has been said, Estonia does stand out in education sector globally. And very often the question is, but why? And how do you measure that? And PISA, which is the Program for International Student Assessments, is one of the tools that is used to measure quality of education among the OECD countries. And very often the puzzling question is indeed, how is it that Estonia ranks so high, yet we are a fairly small country? How is it that Estonia is able to achieve the kind of rankings that many what you would consider highly developed, conventional countries recognized for their education cannot? And so this is indeed what I'm here to talk about. And Estonia actually has had an education mindset all the way through its history. And Estonia actually has been under occupation and oppressed by other countries for a long period of time. At the very same time, we have always worked hard on developing our education, growing our literacy. By the year 1881, Estonia had already achieved 94% of literacy. Specifically, 94% of the population could read, and 48% of the population could read and write. And so these are some of the areas in which Estonia continues to thrive. And having gone through a Soviet occupation for a period of time, Estonia now has, of course, continued to develop its. Okay, the screen here is going on and off. I don't know if your screen is also going on and off. Okay, I hope it's being fixed. So currently, yes, so Estonia has been now modernizing its education sector from 1991 when we regained our independence. And while many of the countries in the world have seen a decline in quality of education, Estonia is one of the countries that has seen a continuous rise in quality of education and a very strong growth mindset among its pupils, where majority of pupils in Estonia would disagree with a notion that your intelligence is something that you cannot much change through your lifetime. And just a quick overview of education in Estonia as a sector. We are in very much similar to what is the current CBC. We have what we consider stage 1 education running from grades 1 to 3. We have second stage of education running from 4 to 6. Third stage running from 7 to 9. This is in the basic education level, and thereafter the secondary education comes in with either general upper or vocational training as a form of training. And some of the important things that Estonia stands out, of course, with education is all aspects that are free in education. There is for all learners in Estonia, free lunch, free learning materials, compulsory and free education, free transport, free medical care, free hobbies offered within the school sector, also all special education needs are covered. There is a representative from the special education within the Ministry of Education here in Estonia. All aspects of speech therapy, counseling, aspects that are necessary for nowadays the learners to support them, all those are available for free in Estonian education. But besides that, there is also a lot of independence and autonomy among school heads. In every school, the school is able to create their own certain aspects of curricula that are still in line with the national curriculum. The principal can decide on teachers' salaries and how the money that is allocated to the schools is spent. And teachers are also free to decide how they teach specific aspects of the curricula, provided that learning expectations are met. And when it comes to now, because I think for a lot of people nowadays, the key concern is indeed integration of digital tools into everyday teaching. And this is, in Estonia, we have at the Ministry of Education and Research, we do have the Director of Digital Education, we have Director of ICT, who are the ones that guide schools in regard to delivery of education and the technology aspects of it. And this is a quote from Krista Rillo, who basically says that really pedagogy comes first and technology is only there to support it. And so it's, the technology should be employed to support innovative teaching strategies and to provide differential learning experiences tailored to the specific individual needs of the students, and actually to extend the classroom walls beyond the physical structures and reach more of the global stage. And technology is, in a sense, actually to amplify the impact of the sound pedagogical practices and enabling educators to implement a more student-centered approach to learning. This would then ensure that the new tools and platforms are purposeful, that they are directly contributing to the learning outcomes and the competencies of the students, that they are then able to succeed in the increasingly digital world. And with that comes the need for effective change management. And such change management strategies are necessary to transform the current teaching practices. And these would involve the entire school community in a form of dialogue about digital advancements and providing the necessary training and support to navigate these changes. This encourages a culture of experiential and reflection on the feedback, as well as defining the digital practices that any specific school is able to start to adopt. And doing so, the school, not only that it manages the complexities of the technological transformation, but also the specific integrations that are relevant at the school level as the tools become more and more effective and efficiently used in the learning itself. And of course, the important part is to consider already what skills the teachers already have at hand, because when looking at the TPAC, which is one of the common ways in which to consider the integration of technology into teaching practices and the way the pedagogical components are necessary to support, it then initiates the redesign of the initial teacher education and to integrate the digital pedagogy into the framework of the current curriculum design and delivery based on already existing knowledge. But digital pedagogy, when looking at the wholesome picture of it, it really must reflect the unique challenges and opportunities that are there when we think of Kenya within Kenya. It involves leveraging the technology to bridge educational gaps, particularly in remote and underserved areas. It's necessary to integrate digital tools into Kenyan curriculum. Educators can then offer more inclusive and adaptive learning so that it actually resonates with the young student population. And it needs to be bringing on board both the urban centers as well as the rural communities. This approach then extends beyond the basic computer literacy to encompass critical thinking, problem solving, and ability to collaborate and communicate in digital environments. It protects the digital rights, ensuring digital safety of the digital inclusiveness of each person, and innovative teaching techniques. It's one of the key components to be able to create with information technology, being able to have not only digital literacy but technological literacy of students. And this encourages active learning and real-world problem solving that would then help Kenyan students become just as much consumers of technology as creators of technology and innovators. The development of digital skills among Kenyan students is crucial for the country's ambition to become a knowledge-based economy as envisioned in Kenya's Vision 2030. When looking at such skills, digital skills start in a progressive trajectory, first having digital competencies in order to practice in day-to-day living in order to then develop these further for job-specific digital skills, and then having technological literacy to be able to create content for learning, for teaching, and being able to create such content for the Kenyan learners. One of the important components in such development is the creation of a new job category. Educational technologist is a job category that has been present in Estonia over the last 2 decades already, and it is the central help in the school for introduction of new technologies, considered best practices as well as worst practices for technology and teaching in a school environment. And so it's really a role that finds new innovative solutions to apply in teaching and learning, and the tasks include mapping out digital competencies of their colleagues as well as their specific training needs, as well as implementing digital learning strategies on a school level, and initiating and managing such digital learning and the various ICT projects within the school. Part of the central role in using digital for learning, and here we have quite a few aspects of what are some of the key things in using digital learning materials. What are the ways in which they speak to the students, their parents? What are the benefits to the teachers as well as to the school management at large? And so these are some of the outcomes that you yourselves as school heads can expect, and these are the experiences that are reflected from Estonian experience in technology. And I want us to have a quick look at a video that speaks of one of the digital learning tools that is already available in Kenya from the cooperation with Estonia.
Being a teacher is a very important profession when it comes to great responsibility. You shape the future generation who will lead the way in building a prosperous society. In order to provide excellent education, you need the best tools, and OPIC is here to help with that. OPIC is an interactive digital learning environment that offers learning with high-quality learning materials from leading educational publishers in South Africa. OPIC user has access to all of the study needs in the OPIC library and can choose preferred learning materials to enhance their learning engagement. For teachers, OPIC is very helpful for preparing for classes. The teacher can view the digital study aids and OPIC interactive learning, adding notes to relevant sessions or their own additional materials meant for the student. The teacher can put together an interactive task for the pupils before them and use it there exactly when needed. During class, OPIC is a big help to the teacher. The student can learn individually or in groups, look at photos, videos, work with individual materials, and solve exercises that enforce learning from theory sections. Teachers can rely on OPIC to engage the student in the classroom by showing the child straight to the whiteboard or smart. There is no need to difficult diagrams, graphs, or charts by hand. Just use OPIC to project photos, videos, or other materials straight to the whiteboard. The student can solve the task and the teacher has prepared for them. It only takes a few moments to get the system check work, something like a student. No need to carry around exercise books and mark them afterwards. We have a hands-on approach to introducing the OPIC platform to schools. That is why we offer a training program to every school that starts using our digital textbooks.
And so OPIC has been working in cooperation with a number of publishers whose banners you see in this room. Moran Publishers, Kenya Literature Bureau, Longhorn Publishers, Mountain Top Publishers, Story Moja, Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. And so as such, the content available on OPIC currently covers the primary school education here in Kenya, as well as secondary school, having over 118 books available already of the Kenyan curriculum. And there are a lot of support videos as well available on YouTube to support you as the school head or your teachers to start to use OPIC in your day-to-day teaching. There are also already schools in Kenya that are using OPIC, as well as teachers under Teacher Service Commission who have taken out OPIC licenses for themselves. Just to imagine that you yourself could have a full library of 118, 120 books and be able to use those to carry out your teaching. And if you go to opic.co.ke, you'll be able to see the rest of the details about it. And at this point, it's really a question of what are the ways in which you wish to further engage with Estonia, the Estonian Development Corporation, as well as Estonian education technology sector, have shown interest to start various conversations and engagements. And I do want to thank you for your attention and look forward to next engagements. I do have some time left, so I don't know if I'm taking some questions.
Yes, we do have questions. A big round of applause to Her Excellency. Thank you so much. We have questions, 2 questions possibly. Somebody's asking, number 1, what will happen to schools without digital devices in this era? So that's number 1. And the second one here, what really motivates Estonians to highly value education as opposed to other countries? The motivation factor.
Okay, let me take the first 2 questions to start with. So I think let me take us all back a little bit. Do you remember the time when we did not have mobile phones in our pocket? Do you remember that time? We could live that way, right? Now we can't. It's the same way in which one would ask a question. Is it possible to go into the future of education without digital skills of the young learners? And I think the answer is no. Because very often the conversation is digital is the future, but I disagree with that entirely. Digital is the present. One would even say digital is already the past, and what is the future is already aspects of augmented reality, which is beyond what most of us in this room can understand even how that comes about. So I think it's very many ways it is certainly a must that every educational institution must have not only internet connectivity, but enough internet connectivity for every learner simultaneously to access content, and for that to have devices available. And the device doesn't have to be a full desktop computer. It can be a laptop, a tablet, or a smartphone, and I know the Kenyan government has undertaken a project together with the mobile network operators to actually build mobile phones in Kenya at affordable prices. And so the mind shift of mobile phone being simply a gadget for games and play towards it being a gadget for learning, I think is necessary. Now, the second question on the motivation for education, and I think in very many ways, Estonia has seen that education will guarantee individual success and one of the main drivers of a country's development. And so in Estonia, I believe that some of the challenges that Kenyan young people have is, even if you study, you might not be able to get a good job. In Estonia, the mindset is, I study hard, I put in my effort to create job for myself and others, not to look for job. And so I believe that that aspect of it, my future is in my hands, is part of the Estonian mindset on that.
Excellent. A big round of applause to Your Excellency. I love that. I go to school to study, not to look for a job, but to create a job for myself and for others. And let me kindly call you back. We have a gift for you. A gift for Her Excellency. And I'd kindly request one a chair, if possible. Do we have the gift ready? Let it come, let it come, let it come, let it come, let it come. Ah, fantastic. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Wow. Technology as a supportive tool rather than the focal point, a more student-centered approach to learning, need for effective change management, bringing on board both the urban centers and rural communities, because we are a knowledge-based economy. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 minutes past 11. We have key presentations. Thank you for the honor of giving guidance so that we can achieve as much as we can. For the rest of the speakers and panelists, please note, you will be given adequate time. I'll have a timer just to share with you. And in case, once you get to 10 seconds, you will hear this sound. It's the clock ticking. That means you have 10 seconds to go. And then once you hear the music, that basically means you wind up. We'll really appreciate so that we leave here right on time. Ladies and gentlemen, our next engagement, we want to look at redefining education management within a comprehensive school framework for a sustainable impact in the present and future decades. And we have panelists. And as they come, I want you to consider Anthony. Anthony dropped out of school, but because of a teacher who decided to say, I want to bring you on board, now Anthony is doing very well. Let's have the video. Somebody came and paid for his school fees, brought him back to school.
ambaye amekubali kuchukua
was welcomed. He was welcomed as royalty. He's confident, and so I said, let me follow up, let me see how he's doing in school, and just listen to him very quickly as the panelists come: Stephen Barongo, Dr. William Surgut, Frederick Haga, Evelyn Awoko, please come forward. Let's now see him in school after the support. After the support.
Kwa sababu tangazo nileta walimu wanafundisha vizuri, cha pili tunafanya vizuri katika mtihani. Hapa sijaelewa sana, naenda kumuuliza mwalimu kwa sababu walimu wako shule kwa ajili nilitoa kusoma kwa bidii kwa sababu mimi baba ananitegemea mimi. Kwa hiyo nilijitahidi nisome kwa bidii, nimsaidia baba nilifikia malengo yangu, mimi na maisha mazuri baadaye. Basi nikana soma kama sijaelewa jambo namuuliza baba, kila nilishika mkono.
Look at how responsible he has become, and maybe will be one of those who will transform Africa. But kindly request Bwana Stephen Barongo, Director Primary Education, to please come forward. Dr. William Surgut, Director Junior Secondary School, please come forward. We do also have Frederick Haga, Director SNE, and Evelyn Owoko, please come forward so that we can kick off. So we'll have Bwana Joseph Wambua to represent Evelyn Owoko. Makofi yao tafadhali, karibuni. So ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. So one by one, they will give us 10-minute presentations each, well-timed. Then if you have any questions, remember on your phone via Menti. Let us start, sir. Karibu. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much, our Apple facilitator this morning, the national chairman, Mr. Johnson Nzioka, the chairman of KEPSHA in the whole country, and the members of the National Governing Council, our chairman and members emeritus, here they call it in some language, wale wenye wamefanya kazi nzuri, wakatekeleza yote, alafu sasa wanatulia kuangalia sisi tunaendeleaje mbele. Ninawatambua sana na wengi ni marafiki zangu kwa sababu tumefanya kazi pamoja nao. My colleagues from the Ministry of Education and the education sector in general, my colleague, the presenters, our host, the County Director of Education Mombasa, Your Excellency, Madam Kadri Umal Ayal from the Republic of Estonia. I've had the privilege of sitting near you, and we will copy a lot of what you have started. Our delegates from all corners of this country, my colleagues I saw from the Kenya National Union of Teachers, some of them I've worked somewhere with, and with all the support that we get. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo lakini? Salamu alaikum. Tuko Mombasa. Salamu alaikum. Nasema alaikum salam alhamdulillahi wa barakatuh. Na hiyo ndio salamu. This symposium this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we are rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework for sustainable impact in the present and the future. We are looking at education the way it is to see how are we doing it. What is this that is working and what is this that we can improve for the future? I think that is where I want to attack it from. We have broken it down into smaller subtopics so that then we can be able to bring you home on which these aspects are that we have to rethink and we have to see how to approach the future then. And I want to leverage on what Her Excellency has given us this morning, because my topic is greatly related to what Madam presented. So if I jump some things, be sure she has done it for us. But ask the questions, and I will request that when we will be answering questions, that Her Excellency joins us, because I know more questions may be coming on that area of technology. So I will be handling harnessing technology to reshape and revitalize education processes and management systems. It gives me pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to address you at this esteemed symposium, dedicated myself to a topic, harnessing technology to reshape and revitalize education processes and management systems. This is an important and timely discussion as we are witnessing a digital revolution that holds the potential to transform the way we teach and how learning takes place in a very unimaginable ways. The government of Kenya is committed to full realization of education as a basic human right for all Kenyans as envisaged in our constitution. The government is upholding the rights of all learners to basic, compulsory, inclusive, and equitable, relevant quality education. I saw some of these that we are also committed to are being done in Estonia. So we are on the right channel. The Kenya Vision 2030 stipulates Kenya's commitment to transform into a globally competitive nation with a high quality of life. The education sector is playing a huge role to achieving the socio-economic and political pillars through science, technology, and innovation. Information and communication technology, which we refer to ICT, is identified as the foundation for socio-economic transformation. ICT is therefore critical in transforming education by addressing access. These are the issues that we always run after, and they keep on moving away. Access, quality, relevance, and equity in the education sector. These are our vision. We want to reach there, but as we move, we still see that there's something else we have to do. By harnessing technology, we can now create personalized and adaptive learning experiences that cater to the unique needs and abilities of every learner. Platforms and applications that utilize artificial intelligence algorithms can analyze learners' data and provide personalized recommendations and feedback, allowing for targeted instruction and improved learning outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, technology can break down, and as we had, it breaks the confines of the traditional schools and classrooms and open up new opportunities for learning. Distance learning has become increasingly popular, providing learners with access to education regardless of their geographical location. Online courses and virtual classrooms offer flexibility and convenience, enabling learners to learn at their own pace and schedule. This is particularly beneficial to the adult learners who may have work and family commitments. Thus, the timeliness and relevance of the Open University of Kenya. And I'm happy that the Vice Chancellor of that university was here. He talked to us, and we all agreed to start a course online where we can study from our own homes and make ourselves better. And now that we have comprehensive school for us to run, then we need a lot of abilities that we can get from our homes. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, technology can enhance collaboration and creativity in a classroom. Virtual reality and augmented reality can create immense and interactive learning environments, allowing learners to explore and experiment in ways that were previously unimaginable. Digital tools and platforms facilitate collaborative projects and allow for real-time feedback and communication among students and teachers. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, technology can streamline administrative and management tasks, freeing up valuable time for educators to focus on teaching and mentoring. The use of CCTV is not only for security. If we use that CCTV in school, then we can do umbua through technology. Managing by walking around, all of us are conversant with that. So you seated in your office, your CCTV on, and you know what's happening in the east and the central. Yeah? So we have to leverage on this surveillance. Automated grading systems, digital attendance tracking, where you only finger a button there and somebody knows you are around. Yeah? Communication to parents and stakeholders through WhatsApp. You know what it has done. Instead of writing to every parent, we can now use a platform and communicate to all parents at one go. That is the use of technology, and it is really making our management very, very simple. The State Department of Basic Education is working towards improving ICT infrastructure by establishing smart classrooms under the Digital Literacy Program, the DLP, to support implementation of competence-based curriculum. This will ensure that we integrate ICT in teaching and learning processes, which will ultimately, as we have heard from Estonia, enhance learning outcomes among our learners. Mr. Chairman, to increase efficiency in its service delivery, the Ministry of Education has developed a national education management information system, which we popularly call NEMIS. This platform will rely on as a single source of truth in doing our operations, especially on issues data. I know TSC has theirs, they call it TIMIS, and many others have theirs as a technology that will allow us to have reliable data and plan using reliable data, issue capitation using this reliable data. And that's why I think I'm going to talk to you that you make sure that you enter NEMIS. And once you are in NEMIS, make sure that you work with other stakeholders to have our children registered and have a birth certificate. Because again, even if you are on NEMIS and we don't have a certificate that you can say, yes, this is a person born in Kenya, registered in Kenya, we are not going to use that NEMIS data you have put there to give you capitation. We only go to those registered, those with the birth certificates. So work with everybody to make sure that this works. This has led to improved governance and increased efficiency in data collection, management for schools, in disbursement of capitation and infrastructure grants, in registration of schools and learners, and in registration for national examinations. We are using NEMIS. NEMIS platform has also provided data to inform other services rendered by government and partners. Services like school feeding program. Niliona free lunch in Estonia. We are also doing it here, and we are encouraging our parents to see how this can happen. I hope those are minutes or seconds. I'm about to finish, ladies and gentlemen. Provision of sanitary towels, interventions that address water, sanitation, and hygiene in schools, and the annual national school-based deworming. We are going to use names to know how many are these children. Ladies and gentlemen, our endeavor to harness technology for our own advantage as a sector is sometimes challenged by the level of internet connectivity and also connectivity to power in our schools. Most schools, especially those in the rural and hard-to-reach areas, lack adequate internet connection. This is, however, being addressed by the Ministry of ICT, by using of the National Optic Viper backbone infrastructure that they are keeping on to do, and we are improving day by day. As we leverage on ICT integration in teaching and learning, we must deliberately ensure the following. One, online safety. Online safety, because our children must remain safe. Online has its own disadvantages. It is important to ensure that our learners are safe, secure, and ethical. They are not using online to dilute their minds and they start thinking satanic things because they are happening elsewhere. There is also need to make sure that there are no interruptions to learning by supervising the use of that internet so that our children do not deviate into other unneeded places. In conclusion, because I've been shown the time, ladies and gentlemen, harnessing technology to shape and revitalize education processes and the management systems holds immense potential for strengthening institutional management. We have said how it can be, improving learners' outcomes and transforming the way we teach and learn. By embracing technology, we can create personalized, flexible, and collaborative learning environments which cater to the needs of every learner. However, it is essential that we address the issue of digital divide and ensure that equitable access to technology by all learners is achieved. Because we find that some learners can access technology, but others can't because of the issues I've talked about, internet connectivity, the devices that we are talking about, connection to power, and so on and so forth. So we want to bring all on board to ensure equity by struggling to make sure that we give this to them. As we continue to explore and embrace technology in education, we should unite to shape a future where technology and education will go hand in hand.
Technology
so much,
and education going hand in hand. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, 10 minutes. If you have any questions, we have Menti on board. We'll take your questions later on. Welcome, sir. 10 minutes. Once you're ready, we'll have the timer on.
Thank you very much. Chairman KEPSHA, allow me to ride on to the protocols already laid by my friend and colleague, Director Barongo, so that I may share with you from the Directorate of Special Needs Education our contribution towards redefining management of comprehensive school systems, not just now, but in the years to come. Chair, my presentation is mainly going to focus on the barriers that we have in the school system. But we will not dwell on those barriers. We will look at the opportunities because we are defining the management of these comprehensive schools. If the MC would have asked me earlier on where I was 20 years ago, I would have asked him to allow me to comment on where special needs education was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, in this country, we had very few numbers, less than 10,000, of learners with disabilities and special needs education. We had very few assistive devices, some of which were not up to date. We had issues around curriculum delivery. However, I'm happy to stand before you today and say that 20 years later, as we celebrate KEPSHA's 20th anniversary, we have a lot of progressive achievements that we can report. Unfortunately, we also still have barriers, and it's these barriers that I want to share with you as managers and heads of institutions where we have more than 15% of learners in this country. You may be surprised, but learners with disabilities and special needs education, with special needs, are not only found in special schools and integrated programs. I want to be courageous enough and say that each head of institution, each delegate seated here today, I am certain has a learner with special needs in his or her school. So, what are these barriers and how do we ensure that we are able to address these barriers? We are able to address these barriers in a manner that provides equity and inclusivity in the education system. My presentation today is going to focus purely on 3 areas where we do have barriers, but we also have opportunities, especially moving forward and redefining this comprehensive school system as we implement a CBC in this country. The first area I want to talk about is the issue of functional assessment. In other words, how do we get to know that a learner has a special need or a disability? That, ladies and gentlemen, will not happen by looking at the learner. It will only happen if this learner is subjected to a professional, rigorous, functional assessment process. Functional assessment is clearly captured in our Basic Education Act, Section 46, and later the ministry went ahead and developed the minimum standards that should be implemented in our education assessment and resource centers. While the challenge and the barrier that we have with relation to that is that not all of them may be close to the community, I am happy this morning to say that the Presidential Working Party has applied a lot of thought and given proper guidance on how our assessment centers and the staff therein are going to be captured so that we are able to conduct this assessment in a manner that promotes education, equity, and inclusivity in the school system. And so while that is a barrier, or has been a barrier, looking forward, all we are seeing are possibilities that for the first time, if we implement those recommendations properly, we are not going to have children with disabilities not going to school. The second area I want to talk about where we've been having barriers is curriculum delivery. Chair, 20 years ago, we had a section of learners with special needs whose goal in school was just to grow up. Yes, they were attending school, but very little learning was taking place. Today, especially in the CBC, this population of learners, and that is the learners with intellectual disabilities, have a clear curriculum pathway. And many of you will have heard of KILEA, that is the Kenya Integrated Intermediate Level Education Assessment, where these learners with intellectual disabilities are also able to be presented for proper assessment and their learning outcomes be assessed and recorded. And I'm looking at the comprehensive school system and seeing the opportunity of all learners, including those who had earlier been left behind, being able to progress and realize their full potential because the curriculum is much more clearly defined now. The others still follow the age-based curriculum, and therefore they will be doing the assessments that the other learners do. The curriculum provisions are found in the basic education curriculum framework of 2017. And that presents a wonderful opportunity for that population of learners. The third area, Mr. Chairman, and that's where probably I'll dwell a little bit more, is the issue of resources. There have been lots and lots of barriers associated with resources, with specific reference. Initially, the primary and even secondary school. But now that we have a comprehensive school system, we find that in many areas we'll be able to utilize the resources that have been availed in a more optimal manner. I want to cite 3 specific areas of resources. With junior school, we have enhanced capitation, just like we do have for the primary school. But there are some devices or resources that once the school procures, their use will not only be limited to junior school, and they may be procured based on the resources or the capitation that the ministry provides to junior school. I'm talking of resources like devices like embossers, which some of you may know are extremely costly, but one high-quality embosser will be able to serve one school. So you see the advantage in the sense that there is economies of scale in terms of procuring this resource and facilitating so that it serves the whole population in the comprehensive school. The other area, Chairman, are the learning support assistance. This is a critical human resource that we have in our comprehensive schools, and they will be able to serve, because these are like the transcribers, the technicians, they will be able to serve the whole school. And the teachers as well. And the report that is generated by the functional assessment can be passed through in a more orderly way. So, Chairman, looking at comprehensive schools and defining the management, not just for today, but the future, those 3 areas are critical areas that the heads of institutions need to look at so that we are able to harness the opportunities, the resources that are available, so that we are able to connect and ensure that this population of learners is able to to realize its full potential. Finally, I want to make 2 announcements related to what I've been sharing. The first announcement is that the ministry is in the process of getting to count and know all the learners with disabilities and special needs in the country. And the ministry will be reaching out to you in January. And all head teachers are expected to participate because you probably also have a learner with special needs in your school, and the instructions will be provided. The second announcement before I leave is that the ministry provides capitation, enhanced capitation to these learners. Some of them are in special schools, some of them are not in special schools. But we can only provide that if you enter the details properly in NEMIS. When you have these learners in your school, make sure that you are entering the details clearly and properly in NEMIS so that you upload that information. Then we are able to pick out these learners. And then we will get in touch and you can apply and get that enhanced capitation. Otherwise, Chair, I am happy that during the 20th KEPSHA anniversary, we can say there is a lot of progress that has been made in the special needs area. Thank you.
Asante sana. A big round of applause, please. And Bwanahaga, you said something, and I want to confirm here. When you said something, I saw, wow, these teachers smiling and saying, yes, we agree with you. Do you have a special needs child in your school? Just share with us a bit.
Mary Kenga. I come from Miani Primary School, where I have a special unit for the physically handicapped. And I'm happy on what I've heard, that at least these children can get an enhanced capitation, because truly they are there and they really need to be assisted. Most of them are just scrolling and they need even the wheelchairs and clutches so that they can also attain basic education. So thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. There's another one here as well. Just briefly, just tell us about that experience. Go ahead.
I'm Fidelia from Kafuduni Special School for HI learners. Mine is really a concern, being on the ground with the HI learners. Most of them, they have other disability. They have multiple disability. So we feel as HI teachers, these learners, they do the same assessment with their regular counterparts in normal school. We feel NEC should consider having a special exam for learners with hearing impairment.
Thank you so much. 2 more. Let's get go ahead.
Yes, I'm Faris Mwangi from NOS Primary School, Naivasha. I'm here, I'm happy to hear that with a special kid, mine is just a normal school, that there is something that can be done, capturing them in NEMIS. There is enhanced financing for them, and then there is something that can be done for them. That is new information to me. I'm very, very happy.
Wow, thank you so much. And the final one here, go ahead.
Oh, my name is Dr. Penina Laki. I come from Makueni County. I head a school for special needs, more especially learners with hearing impairment. I'm concerned with our director's special needs. You talked 3 main points. I've captured them, and I'm highly concerned with the functional assessment in Kenya. The Minister of Education is very key to us, people in special needs. I have witnessed, having served in this school for some time and serving other duties, SNE at my county level, there is a serious problem of assessment officers in a wide area covered by these learners with special needs. Like where I come from, Makueni County, as a whole 9 sub-counties with only 3 assessment officers. Yet, in my school, I have teachers who are qualified with strong diplomas in special needs. During the interviews that are about to take place, I've not seen any advert for these kind of teachers to occupy the position. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll stop there. I've seen some hands there, but because of time, if you have any questions, please post them via Menti. Let's have our final presenter. 10 minutes, please. Please be guided. Go ahead.
The KEPSHA Chair, Bwana Nzioka, Her Excellency, the Estonian representative, the county and regional leadership, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Oh, good morning, sorry. My name is Joseph Wambua. You may have heard the mention of Evelyn Owoko. I am representing Evelyn Owoko. I am the Deputy Director of Quality Assurance and Standards, and I have been asked to discuss the topic fostering a shared vision and cultivating a positive quality culture to enhance accountability in the comprehensive school setting. Now, talking about comprehensive school setting, the moment I think about comprehensive school setting, I remember Mr. Nzioka. The day Mr. Nzioka came to the Presidential Working Party to give the submission of KEPSHA, he was very sharply dressed. Those of you may not have been there. But what was more important is that he wasn't just sharply dressed, but he made a very sharp presentation, especially arguing for the learners in junior secondary to be domiciled in primary schools. And KEPSHA won the day. I think you should give yourself an applause. That was very good. And I also want to appreciate Her Excellency, because I think the first time I met her was at a school, not in a high-level engagement. It was at a school. And I admired the hands-on approach that you have. So now, back to comprehensive school. The Presidential Working Party recommended a comprehensive school, which brings together basically 3 levels of education. That is the pre-primary, primary, and junior secondary. That makes it a very unique institution because these various levels have various needs and requirements. That is very important. And therefore, for leadership in that institution, which you are the leaders in the institution, it is very important for you to be able to manage those 3 levels effectively. Meaning that you must be able to understand the requirements, the needs of each level, the unique needs and challenges of each level, and be able to balance them. Because it remains one institution, and that institution remains with one clear vision. I do not think that institution is going to have 3 varied visions for the varied levels. It is one institution having one vision. So this leadership must be able to manage that vision effectively so that all levels are adequately addressed. Now, in this, the Presidential Working Party, actually, the philosophy of the report was on transforming education, training, and research for sustainable development. My brother here has talked about innovation, which you cannot avoid whenever you are talking about sustainable development. Her Excellency has also spoken so much about that. And we are supposed, as leaders in these institutions, to inspire innovation within our institutions. That is very key, because that is the only way we are able to stay ahead. And remember, we are supposed to, our education is supposed to steer Kenya towards realization of the Vision 2030. How do we ensure that? It's by ensuring that we share the vision and all work together towards achieving that vision. Not forgetting that the overarching aspirations of our education system are actually the national goals of education. They are very old. I believe they are for 1964, but they still remain relevant to date. So they are the umbrella. And therefore, every other thing we do, we must be able to ensure that the national goals of education are effectively achieved. And whatever visions we have, for instance, the Ministry of Education has a vision which states to provide a globally competitive education, training, research, and innovation system for sustainable development. That is the ministry's vision. But it is building towards the national goals of education, which are broken down into 8. When you come down to quality assurance, which is basically my subject area, quality assurance also has a vision. And the mission for quality assurance is to establish, maintain, and improve education standards. Before you can talk about quality, you must talk about standards. There is no quality without standards. And these standards must be owned by all of us. We cannot have standards for one person or one group or one segment of a community and different standards for another. They must be shared. They must be owned by the institution or the sector. So we have standards that have been set in the education sector contained in various forms of legal framework. And these standards, it is up to us to ensure that they are attained within our mandate, our respective mandate or our respective responsibilities that we have been assigned in our institutions. So we must build into these standards, assuring quality in institutions through ensuring that standards are actually met. And remember that we are all working towards continuous improvement, because even as you meet these standards, by the time you are meeting these standards, the world is so dynamic, very, very dynamic. You may be thinking where you have reached now, you have reached the top. But that dynamism brings about a whole different perspective and new ways of looking at things. And even what you could have called maybe a benchmark is no longer a benchmark. It means you must move a little bit higher. So we have to look at some of these things. Now, when you're talking about quality in a basic education institution, and with a specific mention to a comprehensive school, we have to remember why. What is the purpose of that institution? Why was this institution established? And unfortunately, we find all manner of organizations with different motives, all of them targeting institutions. But the core mandate of the institution focuses on the learner and ensuring that the learner is able to achieve the set learning outcomes and is able to achieve his life goals. We prepare this learner for the life out there. Which brings me to the basic education curriculum framework. It also has a vision, which all of us are supposed to be ensuring that we are meeting. That vision is nurturing every learner's potential. So when you're talking about fostering a shared vision, these visions are already predetermined for us. It is us to ensure that we give it our best to ensure that we meet them. So for basic education, we have nurturing every learner's potential as our vision. So at our level, at our respective roles, we need to ask ourselves, are we doing what is required to ensure that this learner in my institution is actually able to nurture his potential and come out the best in whatever line that he has chosen? The framework gives us 3 pathways. It is sometimes possible to have a learner be able to fit in 2 or even 3 pathways. But in a lot of cases, you'll find a learner may only be able to fit in 1 pathway. Are we able to identify this early enough and then make sure that we nurture these learners so that they can actually end up being the best they could have been? Are we providing them with the necessary grounds for them to come out the best? Now, coming to quality again. Quality, as I said, is also a shared responsibility. All of us have a responsibility towards ensuring quality is taking place in our institutions. And we, as I said, we have laws and guidelines and policies and frameworks that we need that guide us in ensuring this. So, that is a very interesting sound. However, as I conclude, the question is that who are the people who are charged with this responsibility? It is us down there. Now, quality is a shared responsibility. And at the Ministry of level, we have ensured that quality is a shared responsibility by first of all ensuring that the standards are available to everybody for their reference, so that nobody can claim ignorance. They are widely available. We can all make reference so that we can be able to know what it is that should be guiding us in whatever area that we are undertaking. Head teachers, principals, basically school leaderships, we call them the first line quality assurance. They are the first line quality assurance before we come to the county and regional level. And to that end, we have the institution-based quality assurance, which we are meant to ensure that it is implemented within our institution. We ensure quality from the institution level before we move out. And to that end, we also ensure that these standards are owned by all of us. So as we bring out the guidelines for this institution-based quality assurance, actually we are about to go on a validation process so that we can all own these standards and therefore be able to come together and ensure they are implemented. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow, thank you so much indeed. We'll pick very quick questions, and I'd kindly request prepare your final remarks, just 1 minute each. There's a question here. Lack of ICT gadgets in schools is overwhelming. Why can't the government supply key ICT gadgets to schools annually as they do for textbooks? Because as things stand today, we are living a lie. Second question. Let's have that question. We appreciate digital literacy, but kindly, primary capitation is still very low to run the schools. It has staggered for long. Number two, marginalized counties face challenges in birth certificates registration. All right. So you can respond to any of those, but you can also give your final remarks within a minute. So we'll start from where we started. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, even for the questions. I will start with the last one. Primary capitation being very low, though there's a high appreciation of ICT in education. What I can respond there is that we are growing slowly by slowly. So
now, there's a concern. There's a concern here. Somebody saying, no. Who was that? Who was that? I heard from some, no. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody's saying, no. Slowly. Go ahead.
The growing slowly is taking too long, because since 2003, the capitation is still the same. It's growing too slowly, and life has become so high. So I think we need to hasten.
I'll give you 2 minutes to respond and close. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. That is an issue of planning, and I know the government is awake to that, and something is being done. As the economy continues to improve, we'll improve all other sectors, and I think that's what I will say at that point. Another one was the annual supply of ICT gadgets. I think it goes along with what I've already answered there, that as we continue getting stronger and stronger as an economy, and with the assistance of other partners, the government will continue looking into that so that we continue increasing the number of gadgets in our education institutions.
All right.
That's what I can give at that point.
Thank you so much. Let's have Bwana Haga. Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. 2 minutes as well. You can also give your final remarks. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wish to speak to a concern that was raised by plenary, and that is the issue of effective functional assessment in the school. I want to admit that in the past, that function has not been operating optimally. However, I made reference to the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform report. We have clear recommendations that upon being implemented will ensure that, madam, all children in this country, not just in your school, are able to be functionally assessed and placed in schools. My other comment is related to the policy of the Ministry of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier I mentioned that each and every one of you has a learner with special need in your school. The policy of the ministry is that whenever possible, these learners should be able to be educated in environments close to their homes with support from the ministry. Please try and make your environments friendly, and we have the assessment officers who would be able to help you do that. And the ministry will support you, especially after you have confirmed. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, let us give these children who have had barriers in their pathway to education in our schools, let us support them so that they may also nurture and realize their full potential as others. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. Asante sana. Finally, 2 minutes as you respond to any question or give your final remarks. Your 2 minutes begin now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I may not really respond, but I can only say that a lot of those issues, Mr. Nzioka and many others made a presentation. They were adopted by the Presidential Working Party, and we all know the progress that we are making towards implementation of the Working Party report. Some of those issues are appropriately addressed if you can take time to read that report. I don't want to go into details. Finally, maybe I can just say that quality is the answer to most of the challenges and the problems that we have in schools. If we can aspire to have quality in the various areas that we manage, the various processes that we manage within our institutions, I think we will be able to achieve a lot and be able to solve a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's a burning question here. What's your name and organization? Then you ask your question. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Anthony Dukunamangi, head teacher schools, Nairobi. Now my question goes to Mr. Blongo, who is in charge of capitation. Now you say that the government of Kenya is only able to pay for its citizens, those with birth certificates. Now we have foreigners in our schools and those without birth certificates. And it becomes very hard for a school to manage an institution with more students who are foreigners, who are not supposed to be denied education, who should pay the capitation for them. Is it possible to give us authority to charge them?
All right. Question clear? 1 minute to please respond to that. Go ahead. No question? You want to respond? 1 minute, please.
Thank you. David Omondi, a teacher from Nairobi. Still on the quality, we still believe that the quality will be there when we have resources. And through the ministry, all the time, there is this issue of NEMIS. There's an issue of NEMIS when the Kenya National Examination Council is just part of the ministry. We are able to have our learners registered by Kenya National Examination without any problem. But when it comes to NEMIS, which is the central at the ministry, we are not able to register all the learners. So we want to know what is the major reason. The same computation, there is like last time, we were not given, some of the schools did not get money from the ministry. And if you go there, you are being told the money is not there because of the issue of the NEMIS. So we want to know what exactly is taking place with the ministry.
Wow, 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 wow. And I can hear, even the claps. We'll give you 2 minutes to respond to that, then we close. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 8 minutes past noon. So please, your response, 2 minutes, please. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we said earlier, is that we are using NEMIS as our single source of truth. And we all know where we are coming from as a nation, and especially on the issues of monies to schools. Previously, we used to get data from you, and it came to be realized that you were giving us different data, depending on what the purpose for that data was. When we need to get some money for co-curricular activities because we are giving it back to you to give us something to assist us, especially in the field where I've lived all my time, then you reduce the number of learners you have. Then when you know that the government is going to give you capitation, for example, the number is inflated. And you know these issues bedeviled us into Parliament, where somebody would prove that a school with X enrollment has been given money times the X enrollment. But when people came to see whether that X enrollment was really X enrollment, it was found that the enrollment was X minus 200. And therefore the 200 that has been added to X multiplied by the money given to you has been either eaten by you according to what people said, or has been eaten by you with us in mind. So that I'm giving you money so that I come and then I tell you how much did you make. And then we said now we must get a system, and you assisted us to go into that system, that will give us the students as they are, and we give you capitation as it is. But then entering the data into NEMIS again became a problem with many of us. Earlier we started by doing it in cyber, where you take your information to the cyber person, and then once you are there you say things are okay, unamwachia. Unapata kwamba this cyber person has skipped 1 digit kwa bank account number, or has exchanged your bank account number with another school's bank account number to make us give money to a wrong school which was meant to come to you. Yeah? But that one, I am happy that most of us now are embracing technology and we are handling it ourselves. Then the issue of the banks. There are banks that are not, that we don't use to give capitation. For example, the Central Bank of Kenya. You get somebody has written Central Bank of Kenya, and you know we can't give money to Central Bank of Kenya. ABC Bank. And there are also some banks that we know that are giving us problems. I don't want to name them, but then you have to learn the science of the day and change the bank that you are using to get your capitation. Then sometimes you would get, you have given us a correct bank account, you have given us a correct school name, but you have not uploaded the number of learners into NEMIS. So we can't pay you because there is no learner uploaded to NEMIS. So all these things are the problems that are bedeviling the NEMIS system, but I'm happy that as we move day after day, we are improving. The number of schools that missed capitation in second term are not the same number that missed schools in third term. We have really improved and reduced the number that are making these small omissions or commissions that make us not get money on NEMIS. But again, as we said, we are not going to go back to use any other source of information in terms of capitation. We will still continue using NEMIS. Now, learners that are registered to do exams, but the same numbers, learners are not given capitation. Boils down to certificate of registration that I talked about, the birth certificates, that we have even said you can come together by the use of the DCC, the chiefs, and so on, so that they can identify children that belong to that society, and then give them a birth notification so that they can be given a birth certificate, even if they didn't have birth notification before. There's also this issue of parents not even owning an ID in many places, and especially in the urban, non-informal, and the arid areas, those sites. I've been in Marsabit and other places. You find that walimu wanasema wazazi ni hawana ID. So hakuna njia yenye mtoto anapata birth certificate. Then you have to work together with the local administration, the chief, the DCC, the registration of persons, and make sure that that issue is handled amicably at that level by identifying those ones. Now, foreigners that are in our schools, the government of Kenya funds children of Kenya. And therefore, if there are foreigners in your school that are learning and they are not getting capitation, then please look for sponsors that come in and assist them. Look for sponsors, but for the government of Kenya, will only give money for education for the people of Kenya.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause to the panelists. There are so many questions, and we'd love to give each person a mic to share. But I really want you to take note of Menti. Let's have Menti there. When you type in, that information is there. And the KEPSHA team will look at all those questions and concerns. So I've had another concern right there. There was also another one. Just type it in. And if you have somebody who has a phone, bundles, you can still type in, and we can get all these comments because of time. Right now we are at 16 minutes past noon. Ladies and gentlemen, all these comments are there, and we really want to celebrate all of them. In fact, towards the end of the conference, we will have a review of the whole conference, so that the next conference is better, bigger, and brighter. And we need all your inputs, things that we can improve on, but that one will come later on. But for now, please, let's have the screens. Everybody, let's just be upstanding for a moment. We did this, just be standing. Get yourself some space. Those who are outside joining us online, please also do this. Let's go. Prepare your neck. It's go. Neck 1, 2.
is, as usual, the resource issues and all that, but we tried to be as representative as we can. And the criteria that we used was to look at the counties that had highest child poverty. Well, child poverty is a measure that goes beyond, for example, income, looks at how well are they accessing sanitation, health care, education, and other issues. And then the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics computes a statistic, and then that's the kind of statistics that we followed, and we were able to get the ones that had 60% and above, meaning 6 out of 10 children do not adequately access those kind of services. And we were able to talk to more than 4,000 students, more than 250 school teachers, education officials, and some of you I think we met last year when we were doing that. And based on that, I think the response rate was quite good. I think we had something like almost 100%, but in some schools we could miss less. In some counties we could miss like 1 or 2, which is okay. I think that's normal. But with this, it gives us confidence that probably the kind of responses and results that we are getting, I think this is what's happening on the ground. Now I'll hand over to my colleague to take us through now the actual things that we found when we went out there. Yes.
Thank you, Moses. So picking up from where, my name is Nelson Mohia. I'm a research officer at the African Population and Health Research Center. And so what I'll be doing is picking up from where Moses has left. And the study basically was looking at 3 areas. One, we wanted to understand how well the teacher education curriculum prepares our teachers to be gender inclusive, or to be gender responsive in their teaching. Then now going to the classrooms and observing their practices. So does how they are taught also translate to the practices that we see in the classroom? And finally looking at the institutional practices themselves. So in terms of the first research question, how well our teachers are prepared to be gender responsive, one thing that came out is that our teacher trainees have a relatively good understanding of what gender mainstreaming is in terms of the meaning. And a majority of them didn't mention qualitatively that gender mainstreaming to them is giving equal opportunities for both male and female learners to participate in the classrooms. And that's good. However, we did see a couple of discrepancies in terms of perceptions around gender mainstreaming that could, at the end of the day, impede the effective implementation of the same. One is that there were teacher trainees that we interviewed that tended also to perceive that you don't need to regard or take into consideration the learning needs of male and female learners. And that's a key gap. Remember, from what we know, male and female learners are not necessarily the same. In terms of the participation, in terms of the gender stereotypes that we see out there. So it's very important that even when you're doing your lesson planning, then you're able to consider and take note of the learning needs of the same. The slides have gone. The other key gap that we found is that there was also a pocket of teacher trainees who still hold the perception that male learners are best placed to be chairs of group works, and that they are best placed to present findings. So if you have a group, then there's teachers who still believe that male learners are best placed to be chairs and present, and that female learners are best placed to disseminate, or rather to take notes of the groups. And that's a key gap. So if we have these kinds of attitude and perceptions that the teacher holds, then it's very also be gender responsive in their teaching. Slides, please. Something is up. So that's what I was just talking about. We also looked at, as the slides come, we also looked at, do these attitudes, do these perceptions, does this knowledge that we are seeing, how does it translate to the classroom practices? But before that, to better understand where these attitudes are coming from, we took a deep dive in terms of doing a document analysis of the different curriculums that you have, right from early childhood curriculum, primary and secondary. And 2 things came up. So for the early childhood teacher education, it's very comprehensive. and it actually does provide strategies of how teachers can be gender mainstreamed, of how teachers can be gender responsive in their teaching. For instance, they give examples of how you can actually give illustrations or take gender into consideration when you're giving examples, even in mathematics, and that's a good thing. But when you looked at the primary and secondary, there was no mention of gender, number one, and that the curriculum is very big on pedagogical content knowledge, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But then if you are saying that our teachers need to be gender responsive, then where are they going to get this knowledge from? So it's very important that we do have our curriculums then being very deliberate in terms of providing the strategies of how teachers need to be gender responsive. Then the next thing that we looked at were the practices, the actual practices within the classroom. Next slide. The actual practices within the classroom, which is research question 2. Next. And what we found is that, and this is informed by the fact that we've seen what is happening in the curriculums, that teachers in ECD classrooms are gender mainstreamed. But we saw major gaps at the secondary school level where, like Moses mentioned, you could find that as the teacher is interacting with the students, they are likely to If you look at the heads of departments, and especially in STEM-related subjects, the mathematics, the sciences, again you can see in the green, majorly male-dominated. And you can start seeing the ripple effect of the same. So we have students who don't have the intention to select these STEM subjects. That means they're not going to pursue STEM-related careers, including teaching, right? And if they end up in our schools, then they don't get the chance to also get selected or get nominated to take up some of these leadership positions. So food for thought there. and the fact that we need to have these targeted interventions early enough. Next slide. In terms of the supervisory mechanisms that are out there, and especially for the quality assurance and standards officers, we did see a positive finding there that whenever that they visit the schools, in one way or the other, they're able to discuss issues that are affecting the schools using a gender lens. So if you're looking at the toilets, if you're looking at performance, then you're able to ask what is happening for the girls, what is happening for the boys, and that's a good thing. However, like you can see in the yellow highlight, we still have a long way to go in terms of improving how we supervise and all that. And one of the issues that came up even in the validation, next slide, is that we need to empower the CASOs to do that, both financially and in terms of capacity building. In terms of, and this was mentioned by Haga, again, when we went to these schools, remember Moses mentioned we were able to reach 4,600 students, and out of that, we were only able to get 21 students with special needs education. It's not that they are not there, it's just because that teachers and school heads out there don't know that they exist in terms of, because they've not been assessed. And when we ask them if they know of any available educational assessment resource centers, they said, a majority of them said yes, they know, like 67%, but then they were too far and they were not accessible. And that's a major gap that was mentioned by Haga. Next slide. Related to this is also the fact that we had very few teachers who were trained on SNE. Look at the secondary school level on the right side. Those are very few numbers. Only 9%, only 10% of teachers trained on SNE supporting our students at the secondary school level. Major gap. So I'll not repeat policy messages. Moses has already talked about them. But those are some of the key findings that we found from our study. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. A big round of applause. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, please? Let's take them via Menti. Let's have Menti very quickly. Let's just look at that. Menti, do we have? Aha, those are some of the, okay. So because of time, we will not engage. We want to go straight to our next, unfortunately because of time. A big round of applause to Daktari. Thank you so much. We have a gift for you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Asante, makofi tafadhali. Zawadi tumpe daktari tafadhali. Dr. Moses Ngware, Head of Education and Youth Empowerment Unit, African Population and Health Research Center. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation. Then we get to the 20th anniversary celebrations closing ceremony. Eyes on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes. But in the meantime, celebrating Dr. Julius Olayo ambaye amefika hapa, makofi yake tafadhali, Director Human Resource and Development, Teachers Service Commission, Headquarters, asante sana. Representing the Chairman, TSC, our Chief Guest, asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, children first, learners and substance use challenges. To talk to us in regards to that.
She has vast experience as a clinical psychologist and a certified international addiction professional with over 15 years consolidated experience in substance use prevention and management fields, having practiced in the public and private sectors. Please welcome the Director in charge of Public Education, Advocacy, Rehabilitation and Regional Coordination at the National Agency for the Campaign Against Drug Use and NACADA, Dr.
Makofi yake tafadhali, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. So before I start, allow me to invite the board chair NACADA to just give us the NACADA support.
Chair, KEPSHA, and all the leadership, delegates present, I'm delighted to be here on behalf of the NACADA board, just to make a few remarks so that our director will do the presentation. One is we recognize the role that you play in the development of our children, and we have a major challenge nationally, and that challenge is on drug and substance abuse. It's so serious that our recent survey showed that children at age 6 are now being given alcohol. That's the beginning age now that they are taking alcohol. And so we do know that our partnership as NACADA with you will make a very big difference in sorting out this issue. Nationally, 4 million people require rehabilitation, help in rehabilitation. We only have the capacity with the private rehabs of only 4,000 people. So our big challenge now is we've got to deal with the supply, and we do know it's common knowledge that that has been the weakest area. Our board is working very, very hard to make sure that the supply of these drugs and illicit alcohol into the country is stopped. We have laws in place, for example, the 300-meter rule in the school, and yet when you go around, sometimes you will see schools just with a bar right here. And so I just want to say, as a board, we will be engaging with your leadership, we'll be engaging with the Ministry of Education. The PS is a board member at NACADA, so that we are able to deal with this problem. We have a very committed board. We are committed nationally to see that this problem is dealt with, and so I just came to give you a personal assurance from the board that please let's work together so that we can have a country that is free from alcohol and drug abuse. Let's welcome Dr. Orlando to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So to our chief guest, thank you for the opportunity. Allow me to stand on the already established protocol. Can we have our presentation? So as they're loading the presentation, so NACADA is under the Ministry of Interior. We are mandated with the issues supply suppression and demand reduction. Our surveys, which we do every 5 years, have shown that children are starting to use substances as young as 6 years. And in primary schools in particular, we are concerned because of the prescription medication use. If you look at this slide, how many of you have seen this substance? So only one person. That means your students are using drugs in front of you and you have no idea. So this is not a flash disk. If you look at the picture, it looks very beautiful. That is a tobacco product. So they carry it looking like a flash disk, they press and the fumes come out. Those beautiful ones are not pens. Those are electronic cigarettes. And some even parents buy for them because your child asks for a beautiful pen. So teachers and parents, this is not a sweet. This is a drug your students are using in the classroom because we do not know what they're using. A fun fact, the brain matures at 25 years. When that child starts using early enough, they become emotionally retarded. And that is why you'll hear a woman saying, bwana mbona anajifanya kama mtoto? Sikupenda kwake. Akili ilikwamia hapo kwa utoto. When he starts using at 12 years and the alcohol or the cannabis damages their brain, then you'll get married to a 34-year-old with a brain of a 12-year-old. So sishangai. As NACADA, we have different programs. We have LST. This is our life skills program. And in this one, we train teachers in grade 5 so that the teachers will continue implementing this curriculum throughout. And so far, we are happy with the schools that you've been able to train, because this is continuing, and those schools are recording reduced prevalence of substance use. We also do training of teachers to support students with psychological vulnerabilities. We have worked with MOE and TSC to integrate alcohol and drug abuse issues in the CBC. Please reach out where you're stuck. We worked with the Ministry of Education to develop the guidelines for alcohol and substance use prevention and management in basic learning institutions. This is the one we'll look at more. This is our LST program. If in your school you're not using it yet, our regional manager, for example, in Coast is here, Banakarisa. Please reach out to him. We'll be able to implement this in your schools for free. NACADA has regional offices across the country, and therefore you should be able to be supported. ICT, machine yenye mehang. As they're sorting it out, thank you. We also have specific age-related booklets. The child at 6 years and the child at 18 years are not the same. So we have booklets for 6 to 8-year-olds. We have for 9 to 12 years, 13 to 15, and 16 to 18. Talk to the child at their age. If you go to high school and you start talking about, you know there are these different drugs, ninatumika hivi, you are advertising. When you start saying the way you know that drug makes you feel very high, for a teenager, you're telling them, use it, try, let's see how well it works. So again, people who come to your school matters. We also use such kind of cartoons to talk to children at that particular age. So it will tell them what a drug is, how it affects them, and all that in a story. As the national agency mandated with issues of alcohol and drugs, we have several guidelines. The first one is on alcohol and drug use prevention. Please verify who you are allowing in the schools to talk to children about alcohol and drug abuse. We've had cases of the people coming to speak, they're the ones who are peddling the drugs. Reach out. We have a list of the ones who are trained. For the guidelines, and this is the one that we'll be talking about, please visit the NACADA tent outside. We have thousands of the guidelines that we brought to give you for free. They guide on how to manage the students. So the key areas on the guidelines, we have supply reduction, preventive education, incident management, counseling, referral, and support. I will focus on the last two. Under incident management, we are asking, when you find a student high on a drug or in possession of a drug, what do you do? So the first one, if you look at the guidelines, the recommended procedures, if you suspect a student is using, we are saying record it first, establish your facts, and then determine further actions. One, we've had cases where you have students who are gifted. You know these students who, they're always talking and they don't seem to read, but they're always passing. But ni wasumbufu. So when you talk too much, they start taking papers and they throw across the class. As a teacher, you start asking, huyo ni nani? You come to them, and then you're like, punishment, you take them outside. Next day, they do the same. Outside there, they're introduced to cannabis. Next time, they're high in class, and you're like, oh, Yvonne, today you're very quiet. But Yvonne is very high. So what have you done as a teacher? Encourage Yvonne to continue smoking. So under incident management, you're saying verify. When it comes to intoxication or unusual behavior, People who use substances, 2/3 have an underlying mental condition. So before you victimize, we ask, are they sick? So one, we are saying priority is to ensure they're safe, so establish the health status, provide first aid, refer to a facility, because if they're using alcohol, and let's use an example of Chang'an, when they're in withdrawals, they'll be seeing their dead relatives. They will be insulting you because they're not talking to you. They're talking to some hallucination they're having. So make sure they're stabilized so that you are talking to your student. Record it in the indiscipline register and inform the guardian. So again, you realize the guidelines are highly recommended. Child first, not suspension or punishment first. If someone is in possession, again, we are saying record. Random searches are allowed, especially if you know the school has. Confiscate. And this is where we are saying how you handle the drug matters. Walimu, if you find a student with a drug, do not leave your fingerprints. Ukipeleka kwa polisi, you are the one who was peddling. So how you handle it also matters. And that is why sometimes you take and you wonder why was the person released. Because their fingerprints were not there, it was yours. So to verify it was theirs becomes an issue. Again, reach out to us, tufanye kazi. Inform the parent or the guardian. We need to protect the child. Remember, this is a child. Under counseling and treatment, Okay. Under counseling and treatment, if you find a child needs help, first step, you need to communicate to the family. We do not recommend in the guidelines chasing the child away from school. You do that, what do you want them to do? They just go and continue using. The school is a restricted environment. You chase them, you're opening it for them to keep using. Once the child has gone for counseling, seek progress reports. How are they faring? What are the challenges they are facing? NACADA also is the one that accredits rehabilitation programs. So also ensure where you're referring, either outpatient or inpatient, is accredited. And therefore, you should be in a position to give the student or the pupil time off to go and get support. Monitor abstinence through random testing. Again, not everybody should do the testing. We do not want cases of abuse. Also of note, we do not encourage testing if an intervention is not planned. Testing without an intervention will leave you hanging. Some time back, we had schools roll out random testing. You realize none of them reported their students using. Because there are drugs that you can take so that when you're high, it still covers. So I will be in class, I am high, you test and it is negative. And the child will be laughing at you because they played you. We had parents conniving with the healthcare facilities for them to get negative results. So let's test when we are ready to support the pupil. Our teachers are drinking. That is the unfortunate part. You go to our hospitals, you go to our rehabs, we have very many teachers who are in rehab. Some of the teachers are sending the children to buy the alcohol. So let's protect the children. The guidelines highlight, as teachers, seek help. Civil servants have free rehabilitation support if you go to an NHIF accredited rehab. Get help. NACADA has a toll-free line, 1192, available 24 hours a day. You can call for support at any time. And also we are saying, if you have not documented it, it did not happen. Na nimemaliza yangu. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. Very powerful presentation there. Hey, 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 hey. Beware, beware, beware. Thank you so much, Daktari. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes to the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Before we close and we begin the official closing ceremony, once again I invite you, this is for everyone, get your phones. Get your phones, just get your phones. This is where now we look at the conference from the beginning to today, and we want you to be absolutely candid so that the next year will make the conference better. So let's have Menti. Let's have Menti there. Let's move to the next question. So just go to, okay, take it back, take it back, take it back. So we want to make sure that you join. Go to menti.com, menti.com. That's menti.com. Then there is a code. The code is 69 72 81 09. That code again before you submit. 69 72 81 09. Now let's move on to the first question. We are saying, please rate the conference. Let's hide that. So we're going to hide so that this is purely for the organizers. So we're saying, exceeding expectations, you came and wow. Then there's another one that says, meeting expectations. You know what? I'm comfortable. It was okay. Then approaching expectations, well, there is a gap there, we can get there, tutafika. Then below expectations, oh dear, we need to really work on this. So, where are you? So we don't have a lot of time, so let's continue on, I can see 56, 60 people. Keep the comments coming in. This is really critical, Knowledge-based economy, data-driven solutions, and data comes from you. Data, the oil of the 21st century. Let's get to 100. Let's get to 100. I see 94. Let's go. 98, 99. Everything is on your phone. Don't be locked out. All right. Second question. 3, 2, and 1. Let's move on to the next question. Hide. Please rate the venue, this venue. Please rate the venue. Exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, approaching expectations, below expectations. Be as candid as possible. That's how we improve. We become better. All right. Keep them coming. Please rate the venue. It's 1 p.m., so I should be out. All right. Let's move on to the next question. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Please rate hide. Please rate the facilitators. We've had facilitators coming and speaking to us. Just rate them. Just rate the facilitators. Very important. Okay. We're closing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Because of time, we'll move. Now we'll take a bit of time here. Hide that. What would you like, open it up. What would you like to learn more about? So this is where you're saying, I think this subject is important for the next conference. Write it, type it in. If possible, write your name. Possibly the KEPSHA team will look for you if you have any contacts of people you'd love to come to share. More on technology, assessment in CBC, junior secondary, e-learning, see? Financial management, technology, drug abuse, ICT, management process in education, wonderful. NEMIS, e-learning, capitation, financial management, quality, funding for ICT, drug abuse, reforms in education sector. Just reduce the volume a bit. The volume of the music, just reduce it a bit. Excellent. More on technology, breakaway groups to make deep dives on issues, okay? ICT, I can see ICT, drugs, ICT, drugs. Keep them coming. I'm about to close. Comprehensive school, financing, keep them coming. Fantastic. We're about to close. Keep those ideas coming. Okay, 3, 5, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now this is where, hide that. What should we improve on? They say there is the good, the bad, and the other, and the rest. This is where you sit down and type in, andika, useme hapa lazima tufanye kazi. Improvement. Type them in. Use the good words, but use every other kind of word so that we can be better, we can improve. What should we improve on? Keep them coming. I can see 50. These are pointers that will make us better. So that you come next year and wow, you're like, wow, tremendous change. Okay, I don't want to close this. This is very important. Please type in. 3 minutes past 1. Don't want to take a lot of time, but this is very important. All the concerns you've had about this event, type in. Well done. 70. Wow. Can you imagine living your life without anyone correcting you? Will you ever reach to your destination? No one is correcting you. You'll take a long time. We're closing. 100. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now this is where you say, I loved this. This was awesome. Please have it. Over and over again, we're asking you what stood out for you during the conference. What stood out for you? Now this is where you say, this was good, this was good, this was awesome. Type it in, so that next time it will be there. Type it in. This was good, just type it in. Let's see that. Powerful presentations, well done. Well organized, speeches, well done. Let them coming, it was successful. Presentation, great timekeeping, well done. Thank you so much, really appreciate. Quality presentations, NACADA. Learned a lot on administration, sound systems was excellent. Let's go down, Presentation on NACADA, speech by the CEO. Come on. Thank you so much. All presentations, a big number of delegates, well done. Come on, celebrate, write good things so that KEPSHA will say, wow, if this is good, This is good. Let's keep on. Let's keep on. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Facilitation, well done. TSC, Nakada. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sterling organization, timekeeping, well done. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down. Nakada was excellent. Come on, Nakada, well done. Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's go. Presentation by Dr. Nancy Masharia, well done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Professor Manyara, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well done. Well done. The theme of the conference. Well done. Well done. Well done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. KEPSHA Chair, Dr. Purity Nakada, TSC CEO. Well done. Mheshimiwa Nabii speech. Wow. That's how we grow. Everyone has a voice when you're part of a family, the KEPSHA family. It was an honor serving you as the Master of Ceremonies. I close with this note, eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen. I close on this note. In the journey of life, as you run and you pass people, this might happen to you. But use it as a force. Sometimes it's not enough to run, sometimes guess what, teachers? She won that race. She won that race. But the reason why I share this story, our Kenyan brother was close to the finish line, but he couldn't make it. He fell down close to the finish line. Look at others. They were passing him. They wanted titles. They wanted names for themselves. They wanted accolades. But look at his other brother. Decides to stop, pick his brother close to the finish line, and finish the race together, saying, let's pick up. Let's pick ourselves up. Can KEPSHA do that? Can you do that? Let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you so much. Always an honor serving you, and I want to give a special appreciation to the KEPSHA chair. Asante sana. Bwana Johnson Nzioka, it was an honor. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And to guide us through as we close, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8 minutes past 1. She has spoken to us, and now I welcome her once again. KEPSHA National Secretary Irene Yaile. Karibu sana, guide us through the program. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you once again. The directors present, the chairman, members of the board, NGC members present, dear delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take us through the communique for the 19th KEPSHA Annual General Meeting and Conference held at Sheikh Zayed Children's Welfare Center, Mombasa, starting from 6th to 10th December 2023, November 2023. I start with the preamble. Members of the Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association, that is KEPSHA, drawn from the 47 counties. It's too close, eh? Bringing it too close. It a bit further. Thank you. I start again. Members of the Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association are drawn from the 47 counties and public primary schools countrywide, convened as per KEPSHA's constitution, revised in 2020, physically and virtually from 6th to 10th November 2023. The notice and agenda of the 19th Annual General Meeting were issued in accordance with Article 6, Part 2 of the KEPSHA Constitution. The 19th AGM was doubly significant as it marked the association's 20th anniversary of KEPSHA's existence and served as the platform for launching the KEPSHA 2024-2028 strategic plan. The AGM facilitated a comprehensive review of KEPSHA's performance for the period 2022-2023. Members assessed the progress made in implementing the 18th AGM resolutions, recommendations, and commitments by the Ministry of Education, Teachers Service Commission, as well as the association's strategic partners. During the 19th AGM and conference, the members also benefited from informative presentations by the Ministry of Education, Teachers Service Commission, education stakeholders, partners, and experts from various fields on the various facets of comprehensive school management. Thus, the forum provided for sharing experiences, challenges, and success stories in redefining education management and inspiring innovation in delivery and management of basic education within the evolving context of the comprehensive school setup for a sustainable impact going forward. Across board, the members were challenged to explore new avenues and opportunities for additional growth and development, and to continuously adapt to an ever-changing educational landscape. We go to resolutions and recommendations. The 19th KEPSHA AGM and conference resolved to 1. Approve the financial audit report for 2023-2024 financial year and the projected budget for the 2024 KEPSHA activities, which we did this morning. Number 2, approve Kigon Jenga and Company Certified Public Accountants, Kenya, as the external auditors for 2023-2024, which again we did this morning. Number 3, ensure that the monthly disbursements of funds to regions and counties are audited and accounted for by the end of the first quarter of every subsequent year. Number 4, review the KEPSHA Constitution with a view to aligning with the ongoing structural changes in basic education as well as other emerging needs. In this regard, when we talk of review, we are saying that KEPSHA must remain or must change with, must go with the changes that are coming with the education and especially with the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party. Still under that, we are saying that we need to rebrand KEPSHA with a view of enhancing the association's relevance and effectiveness of the brand identity. We are talking now of comprehensive school, and therefore KEPSHA we know stands for Kenya Primary School Heads Association, and if need be, we may need to rebrand so that we go with the changes that there are. Number 6, progressively roll out the 2024-2028 strategic plan that considers the ongoing education reforms with key implications for school administrators. Number 8, enjoin KEPSHA in the Africa Confederation of Principals and the International Confederation of Principals for fostering robust knowledge, exchange, and continuous learning. Number 8, develop and operationalize a partnership matrix that defines relationships between partners and KEPSHA in return on investment and critical paths for engagement. Number 9, strengthen continuous professional development of the school heads with specific focus on culture change, inspirational leadership, and career progression. Number 10, Number 9, strengthen the association's outreach and increase attendance at both the regional and national AGM and conferences for enhanced knowledge sharing and policy dissemination. So we want to ask our members who did not attend this year's conference to make sure that they attend the national and the regional conferences, because there is a lot of knowledge that we need to acquire for ourselves, and even policy dissemination is also well enhanced. Number 11, promote school-level initiatives that enhance equitable access, participation and inclusivity in basic education for all learners, collaboratively with the relevant stakeholders. Number 12, mainstream ICT innovation in subsequent conferences to showcase continuous learning and innovation as envisaged by the KEPSHA 2024-2028 strategic plan, and I think also the CEO really emphasized on this during her speech yesterday. Number 12, plant and nurture. I want us to underline the word nurture. Plant and nurture a minimum of 200 trees per school annually, in aligning with the presidential commitment to increase the tree cover nationally. Sometimes we plant trees and we don't take care of them, and that is why we are saying we want to underline the word nurture. Let's take care of them. Let us not stop at planting, but let's make sure that the trees survive. 14, strengthen environmental education and mainstream climate change actions across the different curriculum dimensions. And lastly, uphold professionalism in delivering their services while remaining cognizant of the needs of their clients. We want to look at appreciation to the government, what the government has done for us, what the ministry has done for us, and even Teacher Service Commission. So the AGM appreciated the government, Ministry of Education, and Teacher Service Commission for the following. Number 1, affirming the competency-based curriculum, that is CBC 26333 education structure with 2 years pre-primary school, 6 years primary school, and 3 years junior school, and 3 years senior school. Number 2, creation of a comprehensive school comprising pre-primary school to grade 9 under the management board with a single head teacher and a deputy school heads. Number 3, planned strengthening of foundational learning for early years education as envisioned to positively influence basic education. Number 4, commitment to progressively implement the minimum essential package for basic education institutions as proposed by the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. Number 5, dedicating additional funds in the fiscal year 2022-2023 for development of critical learning infrastructure and recruiting additional teachers for junior school. Another appreciation, number 6, is proposed review of the career progression guidelines in aligning with the ongoing education reforms and the CBA. Appreciation number 7, promoting primary school head teachers to job group C5. Appreciation number 8, verifying the eligibility of current primary school heads to serve as administrators for the comprehensive schools in accordance with the junior secondary school JSS guidelines. Appreciation number 9, dedicating Kenya shillings 1 billion for promoting 36,505 teachers in the fiscal year 2023-2024, including allocation of 17,914 posts for primary school teachers across various grades. Appreciation number 10, reducing the criteria for promotion in the special needs teacher category and the academic qualifications for enrolling in the diploma teacher training programs. And the last appreciation is continuous retooling of primary schools and JSS teachers on CBC and primary school head teachers on junior secondary implementation. Request to the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission. The KEPSHA 19th AGM/conference requests the government through the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission to do the following. 1, ensure timely release of FPE funds, preferably prior to opening of the schools, in order to ease the operations of the schools. Number 2, promote primary school head teachers in acknowledging the expanded responsibilities of managing comprehensive schools. Request number 3, recognize and promote the primary school teachers and head teachers who have furthered their studies. Request number 4, include a dedicated budget line for KEPSHA and Children Council activities in the capitation grant to ease the operations. Request number 5, enhance security for learners and teachers in areas affected by insecurity. Lastly, the last request is review the current examination policy with a view to addressing the emerging challenges of learners. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our communique for the 19th KEPSHA Annual General Meeting and Conference held here in Mombasa from 6th to 10th. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to usher us into the realm of closing the ceremony and celebrating 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen,
he has been a teacher for over 20 years. He is currently the head teacher of Longhorn Primary School. He is a council member of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and a member of the Education Task Force. Please welcome the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, KEPSHA National Chairman, Mr. Johnson Nzioka.
Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much, our chief guests. Yes, with your permission, our chief guests, may I request our members to quickly give us a proposer and seconder to those recommendations that the Secretary has read here. A proposer and seconder, one is there, just come to the Secretary. The seconder, madam, come there. Thank you very much. Our chief guests, Dr. Olayo, who is standing in for the Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi. The guests with us, including the Honorary Consul, Estonian Republic, Madam Kadri Kumar, the directors from Teacher Service Commission who are with us, from the head office and from the regions, the directors from Ministry of Education who are here with us, the pioneers of our association who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I wish to take you through the journey of KEPSHA, which we are celebrating today. And therefore, before I call upon our chief guests and we embark on rewarding the people we are supposed to award today, I wish to take you through this journey which we have gone together in the last 20 years. So distinguished guests, fellow educators, and dear friends, today we gather to celebrate a remarkable milestone in the history of KEPSHA. It is with great honor and pride that I stand before you as the chairperson to mark the 20th anniversary of our association's existence. As we reflect on this journey, we acknowledge the incredible milestones we have achieved together. 20 years ago, November 29th, 2003, during the inaugural annual general meeting and delegates conference, which was held in Nairobi Primary, KEPSHA was born out of a shared vision and a profound commitment to advancing quality of primary education in our country. KEPSHA's formation was founded on the principle of collaboration, professional growth. Most significantly, this was envisioned to streamline professional activities and promote the educational and social goals of primary school head teachers countrywide. As we look back on the past 2 decades, we take pride in the remarkable growth of KEPSHA from its inception in 2003 with just 219 founding delegates. Our membership has expanded to a remarkable 18,000 plus delegates across the country today. Moreover, we have left an enduring mark on Kenya's primary education and positively influencing countless lives in the process. Allow us to highlight some of the significant milestones that we as an association have accomplished. Professional development. We have consistently facilitated a yearly national conference for experience sharing and learning, as well as numerous trainings for our members. These programs have equipped us with new knowledge and collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Over the years, KEPSHA has undertaken joint programming with the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education Teachers Service Commission, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Kenya National Examination Council, Kenya Institute of Special Education, Center for Science, Mathematics and Technology Education in Africa, and Kenya Education Management Institute, among other key entities to advance the primary education agenda. Advocacy for education. Ladies and gentlemen, KEPSHA has been a strong voice for primary education equity, inclusion, and quality. We successfully advocated for increase of free primary education capitation from Kenya shillings 1,020 to Kenya shillings 1,420, and now the one we are expecting of over 2,000 shillings come the year 2024. Adoption of policies that enhance primary education, and also we have ensured that the concerns of our head teachers are heard and addressed at local, regional, and even national levels. Through representation in various national task forces, including the Odhiambo Task Force on Realignment of the Education Sector to the Kenya Constitution 2012, the Task Force on Enhancing Access, Relevance, Transition, Equity, and Quality for Effective Curriculum Reforms in place benefits and working conditions for our leaders. Learners' welfare. KEPSHA has been instrumental in establishing programs that address holistic well-being of our primary school learners. From the child-friendly schools program to the school, in the schools, in the county, and in the national, we have had different levels of children councils. This has been with collaboration with the Ministry of Education and UNICEF. Co-curriculum activities in partnership with the Ministry of Education, teachers and learners, national and community school meals. We have collaborated with the parents, Ministry of Education, and partners to ensure the children are taken care of in this area. Tree growing with Nature Lovers Consultancy, we are ensuring that we plant 200 seedlings in every school in this country by next term. National and online protection awareness. We are working with the CAK to ensure that there is awareness creation for the protection of our learners when they are online. We are collaborating with the Spelling Bee to ensure competitions on Spelling Bee championships, which we have participated up to the African championships. I want to announce here that Kenya ranked number 2 in Africa when we went to South Africa for the special spelling bee championships. We have also participated in painting competitions in partnership with Jubilee Insurance, and we have had some of our learners gain scholarships from the Standard 8 up to the universities. We have demonstrated our dedication to nurturing not only the intellect but also the emotional, physical health of our young learners, enhancing our primary education quality. KEPSHA has partnered with the government and international organizations to incorporate programs and practices that make learning more engaging and relevant for primary school learners. This include and not limited to one to some, the early grade literacy and early grade mathematics methodologies and their adoption in early years in education, curriculum digitization and ICT integration in teaching and learning, piloting of the CBC in early years of education and its subsequent rollout throughout basic education, something which we are taking very close to our hearts as ED teachers, because we have nurtured it from the early years, and now we are seeing our learners going to complete their junior secondary section in the next 2 years. Teachers' Performance Appraisal and Development, TPAD. We collaborate with the Teacher Service Commission, and we have ensured its adoption for continuous professional development and career progression of teachers. Some of the notable KEPSHA innovations include piloting of the primary schools national assessment tool under the CFS National Championship in partnership with MOE and UNICEF, and the Echo mobile phone technology to monitor the quality of learning. And 3, Head Teacher of the Year, the Hoya and the Toya, in collaboration with the Teacher Service Commission. Our community engagement, we have across the board, our members have fostered close ties with the school communities, strategic partners, and through various initiatives, KEPSHA has encouraged parental involvement in our schools, strengthening the school community relationships. This engagement has not only improved the performance of learners, but also created sense of belonging for all our stakeholders. Adaptation to changing times. Over the years, KEPSHA has undertaken research for improvements in policy decision-making and programming of basic education. We have jointly with the government organizations such as KEPSHA, as well as with international organizations such as UWEZO and TWAWEZA. We have also, through administrative data and learning outcomes, shared with the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission to identify trends and inform evidence-based decision making. As we celebrate our 20th anniversary, let us also look to the future, because our journey is far from over. We have new challenges and opportunities to address. In order to scale up our impact, we need to adapt to an ever-changing educational landscape, where the needs and expectations of our learners, teachers, and society are constantly evolving. In conclusion, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to every member of this noble association, past and present, for their unwavering dedication, hard work, commitment to primary education. Our achievements would not have been possible without your tireless efforts. As we move forward, let us recommit ourselves to the principles that have guided us for the past 2 decades. The pursuit of excellence in primary school leadership, the nurturing of the young minds, and the unwavering belief in the power of education to transform lives in this country. Thank you all, and here is to the next 20 years of making a positive difference in the lives of our learners and the communities we serve. Together, we will continue to shine as light on the path to a brighter future for our children and our country. Thank you very much. And I want to make a passionate request to all our members that this week, on Wednesday, you heard something about comprehensive school. Yesterday, you heard something about comprehensive school. Can I appeal to you from Monday, every corner, can we have signboards in every school, not reading this and this primary school, but reading this comprehensive school? We have been given the go-ahead by none other than the CS, none other than the CEO. So it is for us to make the community understand that this is no longer a primary school. This, from now henceforth, it is a comprehensive school. Action from you. It is my humble duty now to kindly request our chief guest, Dr. Olayo, to come and address us. A good clap.
Chairman KEPSHA, our guests, the participants, all the dignitaries, and noting that all the protocols observed. My name is Dr. Julius Olayo. I'm the Director, Human Resource Management and Development at Teachers Service Commission. So I've been with you here, but today I have the privilege. This is a big privilege to stand in for the chairman of the Teachers Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, who would have wished to be here passionately, but because he was called up for an executive assignment in Nairobi, so he is unable to be here with us today. But all the same, the message is here, which I will take members through. Maybe before I start, I just want to also recognize members of the commission. They are here, because the chairman does not walk alone. If they could just stand and wave to the crowd, some from the headquarters, some from the field,
And of course, teachers, they are also TSC. So a big clap for them. Another clap because, yes, I'm aware people look a bit tired because we are at the tail end. So I will read the speech of the chairman. So the national chairman, KEPSHA, Mr. Johnson Nzioka, members of the KEPSHA Governing Council, senior government officials present, distinguished guests present, members of the TSC fraternity and the Ministry of Education officers present here, the union officials, distinguished head teachers, invited guests, the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you as you celebrate KEPSHA 20th anniversary and launch of the KEPSHA Strategic Plan 2024 to 2028. I take cognizance of the great achievement KEPSHA has attained over the last 2 decades. It has made remarkable milestones and fostered meaningful partnership with key stakeholders and made significant contributions to the growth of the teaching profession and the welfare of the school administrators. In the last 4 years, you have gone through essential conference presentations. I hope you acquired administrative competencies, developed social networks, and critical collaborations, which in no doubt translate to better management of our schools. It is my hope that the conference resolutions and recommendations will inform and influence the national educational policy. Let me thank all head teachers and teachers of our public learning institutions for their dedication and selflessness in delivering the just concluded KCPE and the grade 6 Kenya primary assessment, famously known as the KEPSHA examinations. Going back to the conference theme, ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes at a time when the education sector in this country is undergoing fundamental reforms. Your conference theme, Rethinking Education Management within a Comprehensive School Framework, Inspiring Innovation for Sustainable Impact in the Present and Future Learners' Potential, is very relevant and captures the critical issues influencing the entire education sector today. Indeed, a review of the CBC and on the general education terrain is the subject that influences the recommendation of the Presidential Working Party. I wish to sincerely thank His Excellency, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for the visionary leadership and initiating these reforms that will in no doubt impact positively on the current learners and future generation. At the center of the implementation of these critical reforms are our dedicated teachers, captained by your head teachers who are taking part in the important conference. On issues of education innovation, knowledge transfer and sharing among school heads. So as we gather here today, I wish to pay tribute to all great visionary men and women who founded this great association. Without you and the other leaders who have served over the last 2 decades, we would not be celebrating this great achievement. Happy 20th anniversary. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate the TSC's commitment to continually improving the welfare of teachers and their working environment. The Commission will continue formulating policies that are geared towards equipping our teachers with the 21st century innovative and globally acceptable pedagogical skills. Finally, let us all abide by the resolutions of the conference and do what we are required to do. TSC will partner with KEPSHA and other players where our input is required in the implementation of your resolutions. It is my sincere hope that the deliberations and experiences of this conference will prepare us to be the effective head teachers in the new era of education in Kenya. It is my singular duty to declare this annual conference of Kenya Primary Schools Head Associations officially closed. God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Makofi tafadhali, asante sana. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we now want to close with the awards ceremony. 2 minutes to 2 p.m. So we should be out by latest 3, but we'll push to 2:30. So very quickly, let's work together. I'll call the names. If you're here, please run up the stairs so that we can give you the awards. We'll start with the 4K Club Champions Appreciation by ASK. Kezia Thari, St. Luke's School for the Deaf, Embu County. If you're here, please come forward. We also have Environment Champions, female and male, Mr. David Wambugu, Idhenguri Primary School, Nyeri, and Winfred Sila, Unoa Comprehensive School, Makueni County. Tafadhali ukipata nafasi, njoo hapa mbele, makofi yao tafadhali. Zawadi wapewe, asante sana. That's the first category. First category. Aha. The 4K Club Champions Appreciation by ASK. Your Excellency, please come and help us give these awards. Makofi tafadhali. All right. So let's have the award. Aye. Wako hapa 4K Club Champions. ASK Chair, karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much for the award. Asante sana. Asante sana. All right. Asante sana. Next on line, Your Excellency. Aya, asante sana. Tutawaita moja kwa moja ili tuweze kuwa kwenye laini ya masaa hapa. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Next on line we go to PhD holders medals appreciation by KEPSHA.
I think it's written there. Those who want to give the awards. It's written. They're telling me it's written.
Maybe I'll call them and then you can help me give the names. Let me call these ones. So PhD holders medals. Ukisikia jina lako naomba tafadhali ukuje mbio mbio. Dr. Jedida Ouma, Dr. Monda Evans Apoko, Dr. Kosile John Kipkoech, Dr. Susi Nafula Werunga, Dr. Kaniaru Samuel Wakori, Dr. Wekesa Moses Soita, Dr. Philip Cheruyot Keter, Dr. Wamalwa Philip Wafula, Dr. Makero Jennifer Tharaka, Dr. Jane Mbatia, Dr. Lynette Rakiro, Dr. Okongo Calvins, Dr. Isapuke Ruth Caroline, Dr. Joshua Owino, Dr. Patrick Joseph Kitur, Dr. Elkana Mochache Gichana, Dr. Esther Wambua, Dr. Mary Wangui Makum, Dr. Rebecca Bwari Arogo, Dr. Margaret Nekesa Shibo Waho, Dr. Elizabeth Nanyama Mabele, Dr. Morris Onyango Akumu, Dr. Penina Laki, Dr. Philip Wafula Wamalwa, Dr. Kiptum Jona Kipsang, Dr. Benson Jogona, Dr. Emily Achieng Awor, Dr. Moses Kiptiagoi. PhD holders medals, makofi yao tafadhali. Karibuni, karibuni. Moja kwa moja mtapata zawadi yenu, kisha tuende to the next category.
The national chair.
National chair ako hapa na zawadi yenu. Asante sana. Chanda chema huvikwa pete. Asante sana. PhD holders medals. Next on line, muwe tayari. Pwani Oil Ise Creative Writing. Haya. Mtapigwa picha kwa pamoja, alafu baadaye mtapata Aya, mtapiga picha pamoja na national chair, alafu baadaye mtapewa zawadi yenu. Wote tupigwe picha. Mmoja wenu avalishwe. Makofi yao tafadhali, makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana, wamewakilishwa wote, alafu mtapewa zawadi. Asante sana. Asante sana. Tapigwa picha sasa pamoja.
Let's go.
Next group, please be on standby by KLB. KLB.
When you call it, when you call it, they will be appreciated by KLB. Then what follows, I think it's there. Appreciation by fire.
This is a very important category. PhD holders. PhD holders. Our chief guest, tafadhali njoo pia upigwe picha na hawa wenzetu magwiji kabisa, PhD holders. Kabisa. Naomba sasa nyote mje upande huu mpigwe picha pamoja. Director from the Ministry of Education, tafadhali pia uje. Njoo tafadhali. Director, Ministry of Education, njoo. Asante sana. Aha, karibu.
Chairman, one more picture. Yeah? One more picture. Yeah? One more picture. Yeah,
asante sana. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana.
The next one is awarded by KLB now.
Asanteni sana, mwaweza kuketi sasa. Asanteni sana. Wapiga picha tuko sawa kabisa. Asanteni. Makofi yao tafadhali wanapokwenda kuketi. Asanteni sana. Hongera. Next group, yes, we are done. Thank you so much. Well done. KLB tafadhali, representative, please come forward and help us give these awards to Moi Nyeri Complex, Nasokol Primary School, Iveche Primary School, Visa Oshwal Primary School, Ngaremara. Primary School. Karibuni sana. For emerging among the top 5 national finalists in the 2022 Pwani Sawa Creative Writing Essay Competition. KLB. Aha. Aya, makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana, thank you so much. Asante sana, twaweza kuketi sasa. Asante sana. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Well done, well done, well done. Asante sana. Oxford, please prepare yourselves to help us give these next awards. Asante sana, thank you so much. KLB, asanteni sana. Thank you so much. All is well, all is well. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, up next. KCPE top performing schools and most improved from each region, to be appreciated by Oxford. So I'll read the names very quickly. Please come forward. Paul Karanja Mbogwa, Githunguri TS Boarding Primary. Jocelyn Karimi Mugambi, PCEA Kadhingiri Boarding Primary. Kanga John Mulinge, Masimbani Primary School. Yebei Jackson Kiplimo, AIC Kaptich Primary School. Kingori Cyrus Madhenya, Utawala Academy. Hassan Adan Gahath, Cabo Primary School. Oginga Helen Akinyi, Maseno Girls Boarding. Odero Praxides, St. Peter's Mumias Boys. Makofi yao tafadhali. Central Eastern Coast, Rift Valley, Nairobi, Northeastern, Nyanza, Western. Karibuni, appreciated by Oxford. Karibu sana. Aha. For emerging top public primary school in KCPE 2022 from each of the 8 regions. Makofi yao tafadhali wote wanapopokea zawadi zao. Asante sana. Up next, for being the most improved public school in KCPE 2022, still the regions. Kusikia jina lako naomba uje. Francis Waithaka Ndungu, Ngaru Primary. Hadija Wako Abkula, Butie Primary. Beatrice Mutengo, Walea Primary School. Philip Kiruingeno, Chingondu Primary School. Anthony Njuguna Mwangi, Rescos Primary. Abdi Halo Omar, Mansabubu Primary School. Fanuel Opondo, St. Francis Ongenga. Mje kwa kasi tafadhali. Na mwisho Charles Omondi Ogada, St. Gabriel Noru Primary. Karibuni, karibu. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Central Eastern Coast, Rift Valley, Nairobi, Northeastern, Nyanza, and Western. Well done. Haya. Oxford, asanteni sana kwa hizo zawadi. Asante, njoo mpatiwe zawadi mje. Asante sana. Asanteni. Tupige picha. Asante sana ndugu. Well done, well done. Asante sana. Excellent. Thank you so much. Another category, yes, for being the most improved public school in KCPE 2022 from the 8 regions. The first team emerging top public primary school in KCPE. This team is the most improved public school. Mje tafadhali. Ngaru Primary Central, Bwana Francis Waithaka Ndungu. Karibu. Eastern Butia Primary, Khadija Wako Abkula. Coast Walea Primary School, Beatrice Mutengo. Rift Valley Chingondi Primary School, Philip Kirui Nyeno. Nairobi Racecourse Primary, Anthony Njuguna Mwangi. Northeastern Mansabubu Primary School, Abdi Hailo Omar. Nyanza St. Francis Ongenga, Fanuel Opondo. And finally Western St. Gabriel Noru Primary, Bwana Charles Omondi Ogada, the head teachers. And next online, we are moving to the 5th category. Then we finish 5th. We still have 5 more. Thank you for your patience. Fifth category, we are looking at the Sponsors Awards. In appreciation for the sponsorship for the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association Annual General Meeting and Conference from November 7th till today, 10th, 2023. But in the meantime, makofi yao tafadhali wanapopokea zawadi zao. Asante, well done. KEPSHA Chairman, ready to award the Sponsors Awards. Up next. Asante sana. Up next, Sponsors Awards. We'll start with silver sponsor. Longhorn Publishers, Kartasi CAK, mje hapa mbele kuna zawadi. Silver sponsor, Longhorn Publishers, Kartasi CAK, representatives. We have an award for you, courtesy of KEPSHA. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. Silver sponsor. Then gold sponsors, get ready, KICD, Liberty Africa Technologies. All right, Longhorn Publishers. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Hawa ndo wale wakubwa kabisa, silver sponsor, then gold sponsors, alafu tutakuwa na title sponsor. Asante sana. Silver sponsor, Longhorn Publishers, Kartasi and CAK. Then gold sponsors, if you're here, representatives, KICD, Liberty Africa Technologies, naomba mje tafadhali. Alafu tunamalizia title sponsor. Title sponsor, KCB Group. Wako wapi? Makofi yao tafadhali. Title sponsors, njoni tafadhali, njoni. KCB Group, asanteni sana.
We are talking about the cake.
Oh. All right. Gold sponsor Liberty Africa Technologies, asante sana. Makofi yao tafadhali. Gold sponsors, asante sana. And now to the title sponsor, KCB Group. Mpo wapi? KCB Group. KCB Group, KCB Group, KCB Group, KCB Group. Okay. Lakini tunasema asanteni sana, and thank you KEPSHA National Chairman, asante sana. Thank you so much. We have another category number 6, Loyalty Award to Oxford. Appreciation by KEPSHA still. Presented to Oxford University Press in recognition of your exceptional loyalty and consistent support since the inception of the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, KEPSHA. Well done, Oxford University Press. Okay, KICD, mpo. KICD, come. We celebrate you. KICD, gold sponsors, thank you for your support. Gold sponsors, KICD. Aya, naambiwa kuna keki. Tafadhali msiondoke. Kuna keki hapa. So I'll go very quickly. So KICD, gold sponsors, asanteni sana. Next category, longest serving employee. Appreciation by KEPSHA. Eyes on the screen. Do we have the screens on? Okay. So longest serving employee goes to, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who that is. Miss Rebecca Otieno, in appreciation for your unwavering dedication and loyal service to the Kenya Primary School's head teachers. Well done, Miss Rebecca Otieno.
Highest number, percentage. We have numbers and percentage. Senior scholars, the county chairperson, TC director, and the director. Let this one be the last one. Let this be the last one.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Rebecca Otieno. Up next, Founders Certificate of Appreciation by KEPSHA and Oxford. Next, we have, eyes on the screen, Miss Elisheba Khayeri. Miss Elisheba, welcome. In recognition of her unwavering support and advocacy for the Children's Council program. Karibu sana, welcome. Makofi yake tafadhali. Well done, well done. Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali, Miss Elisheba Khayeri. Founders Certificate of Appreciation. Asante sana, well done. Up next, Asante. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Abdurizak Hussain. Abdurizak Hussain for his stewardship as the National Treasurer of the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association from 2003 to 2009. Makofi yake tafadhali, well done. Abdurizak Hussain. Asante sana, asante sana. Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Up next, eyes on the screen, let's see who that is. Nicholas Gathemia, celebrating Nicholas Gathemia for his stewardship as the National Chairman of the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association from 2019 to 2021. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. The founders. Asante sana. Next online, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next online, eyes on the screen. Let's see who the next one is. All right, we have it there for his stewardship as the National Chairman of the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association from 2015 to 2018. from 2015 to 2018, Mr. Shem Ndolo. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana. Bwana Shem Ndolo, karibu sana. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Welcome. And finally, from 2008 to 2015, stewardship as the national chairman of KEPSHA. Let's have Bwana Joseph Karuga. Makofi yake tafadhali. Welcome, 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 welcome. Karibu sana. Wow, well done. The final category now. Thank you for your patience. Asanteni sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, appreciation for mobilization of delegates to the conference. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, highest number of delegates per county. And we want to call the county chairperson. Kakamega County.
The chairman is being gifted by Oxford. The chairman is being...
But before that, we want to celebrate Bwana Chairman. Bwana Chairman, makofi ya the national chairman, Bwana Johnson Zioka, makofi yake tafadhali, being awarded by Oxford. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Now I've heard the resounding sound. How many? Just a moment. Highest number of delegates per county.
573. I think it's written here. 573. 573.
Highest number of delegates per county, Kakamega, 573 delegates. Makofi yao tafadhali. How many here, Mombasa?
This is percentage. I don't know exactly, but we shall give it. So this is delegates. It's only numbers and names, so you go to this one, Mombasa.
Asante sana. Next online, highest percentage of delegates per county. The winning county is Mombasa County. Makofi tafadhali. Highest percentage of delegates. Asante sana.
The TSC director, county director, and the Ministry of Education director. Finish with this first, and then you follow the same program. County chairperson.
Na kabla waje, county chairperson, TSC county director. Ministry of Education, county director njoo kutoka Kakamega. Uko wapi? Njoo upewe zawadi yako. Highest number of delegates per county. Aye. County chairperson, TSC, county director. Karibu sana.
Director,
Ministry of Education, county director. Highest number of delegates per county, Kakamega.
Speaking on behalf of the director.
Kakamega is taking on behalf of TSC director and the ministry director of Kakamega.
Okay, taking on behalf of the county director, we have the chairman.
The chairman has received, so he's now receiving for the two directors. Chairman of Kakamega County.
Asante, Chairman Kakamega. All right, number 2, highest percentage of delegates per county, Mombasa. County Chairperson, TSC County Director, Ministry of Education, County Director, njoo tafadhali. Directors mje tafadhali. TSC and Ministry. Makofi out of that, Mombasa County. Well done. Asante sana. Makofi yao tafadhali, Mombasa County. And 483. Regional Chairperson, TSC Regional Director, Ministry of Education Regional Director. Njoo tafadhali. Rift Valley. Rift Valley mpo wapi? Makofi tafadhali. 3,483 delegates. If not here, the chairman will pick on behalf of the directors. Asante sana. And finally, number 4. Taking on behalf TSC Director as well as Asante sana. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, highest percentage of delegates per region, highest percentage of delegates per region, Nairobi County, 80%. 80%. Regional Chairperson, TSC Regional Director, Ministry of Education Regional Director, Njooni tafadhali. 80% Nairobi County. Well done. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Karibuni. Now we had to go the percentage way because of the many parties involved, so we had to bring them down, lock them up into percentages. But many thanks. Thank you so much. Makofi yenu tafadhali, jipigeni makofi. Na kutufungia kabisa tuna keki. The band, mko tayari? Keki na iletwe. Where's the cake? And as we cut the cake, we want to celebrate the title sponsor, KCB. Wako wapi? Makofi to KCB. Makofi out tafadhali. The title sponsor. Well done KCB. Asante sana. Well done. Asante sana. Makofi yao tafadhali KCB. Well done. Keki nayo ndo hiyo yaletwa polepole. We have another award for CA, Communication Authority of Kenya. Mko wapi? Njooni tafadhali. Appreciation, thank you for your support. Band, get ready. We want to close in a big way. The cake is ready. Asante sana. Thank you so much. All right, makofi ya bwana chairman tafadhali pia, asante sana. The band.
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. So we're going to sing the song again, KEPSHA at 20 by Jukwa. And I hope hamjasahau. So the first line nitawakumbusha ni aye KEPSHA yetu. Alafu hizo zingine Jack ataendelea. Sawa sawa?
Haya. Na wanapoanza naomba tafadhali national chair njoo tafadhali. Kuna keki. Chief guest. Treasurer as well. Please come, and the secretary. Please come. Your Excellency, I need you to cut the cake. Makofi to Her Excellency. Thank you so much for your patience, for staying with us up to this time. Asante sana. Na wanapoenda kukata keki, the band. Sasa sitawakata.
We're celebrating 20 years of KEPSHA, and we're going to sing together. Aye KEPSHA yetu. Are you ready, guys? Yeah. So we need to have some energy. Sound, can you please tell us?
Wakati ni sasa wa kusherekea, twaishangilia KEPSHA yetu. Wakati ni sasa wa kusherekea, twaishangilia KEPSHA yetu. Wakati ni sasa wa kusherekea, twaishangilia KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu.
Haya, wanakata keki. Na hiyo beats twende 5, 4, 3.
KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu. Wakusherekea, twaishangilia KEPSHA yetu. Wakati ni sasa wa kusherekea, twaishangilia KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu. Aye KEPSHA yetu. KEPSHA yetu, twafurahia. KEPSHA yetu, twafurahia. Tushangilie KEPSHA yetu, miaka 20 twafurahia. Mambo ya elimu inaboresha. Tushangilie wapi shangwe.
Kama maombi ya kufunga, alafu band, that song is powerful. Tumalizie hiyo as we move forward. If we can kindly be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem. The Kenya National Anthem. Kama maombi. Band. KEPSHA yetu. Twende. Aha.